that passes without you on my mind. Not even 1 minute can end up before you come around. I yearn for the days when I see your face here before me. I long for the times you held me in your arms. Whoa. How I wish that you were here to give me everything I want. But I know that life's unfair and we can't always have it all. Whoa, whoa, I wish that you were here. Whoa, whoa, I wish that you were here. 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 I
Good evening, everybody. How is everyone's day so far? Hello, hello. Oh, oopsie. Ooh, no, please, let me undeafen.
Objects
I
inside the
am
extra-dimensional space are
undeafened.
expelled.
Hello.
Hello. I
Hello.
was explaining Mordenkainen's mansion to Buddy. So the idea is we purchase a key that can trigger that spell, essentially,
Yes.
Yee.
on an existing doorway.
Yes, because I love
Well,
my
yeah.
super easy, convenient magic items.
Totally, yeah. I'm just gonna find it in a casual, like secondhand store, obviously.
I mean, we could have just murdered people for it.
I literally, totally expected you guys to murder those bitches for it.
I don't know if it would have gone as well as we think it would have at that time.
It's okay. I will.
I,
I will break that optimism out of you soon enough.
I said it wouldn't go as well. That's the thing. It's pessimism. I don't like how you think it could be worse than what I'm thinking. Wait, no.
Well, I mean, sorry. Optimism was the wrong word. You guys didn't do it because you still wanted to be friends with them.
Oh yeah, well. I like Lily. Lily was chill.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah.
It was fucked up.
Yeah, real fucked up, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Admittedly, Jonas does not care for them. He just didn't want to be as bad as them.
Fair.
But that seems to have gone mostly out the window.
Yeah. Crazy what disintegrate will do, how we'll kind of just burn bridges.
Well, Ashram did disintegrate. I think Jonas and Damien are the only people who haven't done irredeemable acts at this point.
I tried. I mean, I know the whole dominate person thing makes them can piss someone off, but also like I didn't do anything to hurt them. I was just like, listen, I just want to get the fuck out of here. Can you let us get the fuck out of here? And they're like, all right, cool.
That's not the incident I'm referring to.
So,
What the fuck did I do?
Have you
Our
forgotten
wonderful-
the last session?
wonderful DM.
Oh,
Yes.
I thought you meant
I
you the rando.
I sure as hell have forgotten the last session, so if you would be so kind.
Yeah. So last session, you guys managed to make your way back with Pin in tow from the oh shoot, what did I call that place? From Pin's
Promise
lore.
Path.
There we go, Promise Path. Thank you. And it was P something. Yes, from Promise Path with Pin in tow, and it became suddenly a very long and awkward cart ride back as Ashram seemed adamant on uncovering the truth of the surgical implements that you guys found down there, finding that they are indeed magical. However, was convinced that it would be distasteful to keep those around despite the benefit that they have. You guys did notice, however, on these beautifully crafted surgical tools that there was a maker's mark on them, sort of an intricate looking N. And Vivian said that she would do some looking around and get back to you guys in the morning on that maker's mark. You guys sort of went to go unwind at the quench tank and hanging out with Tricky Dark Path. Cece did the usual and performed there, while everyone else sort of went and relaxed, got a proper bath in, and just started to wind down for the night. Cece, however, looking to earn some more money for you guys, decided to take Tricky up on a little bit of an interesting job. The job was to ruin the reputation of another bar in the Quarry District in Devcast. Tricky had dealings with this Ronald Commonbrook in the past, and he was a criminal, now reformed, trying to start his new life. He opened up a bar, he opened up a pub, and Tricky did not like that, so he told Cece to go ruin that man's reputation. Cece went and used his boon from Aristos to tell Ronald to ruin his reputation. He said, I don't care how you do it. Ruin your reputation. And Ronald reached to underneath the bar and grabbed a shotgun and started unloading into his tavern. Cece managed to get out and told Tricky to memory wipe Ronald somehow, and then proceeded to get drunk for the first time in his fucking life. Went to go take a bath. Damien found him half asleep. Oh god, my cat is up on the fucking counter. Found him half asleep in the bathing area, and basically went to go try to take him up to his room. I'm gonna be your B and get my cat out of there. So yeah, you guys are B.
Ooh.
Oh wait, CC got dressed at this point. Is Damien helping CC up the stairs?
Oh, I- yikes!
Yeah. 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 It's fine. Fallout 5 plat for the party though, guys.
All right, I'm back.
I'm assuming CC, I believe, is like dressed to the best that he can be. And I'm assuming Damien is helping him up the stairs.
Yes, I think that's probably the best course of action as CC is rambling sort of incoherently about good deeds gone awry multiple times in his life.
I mean, yeah, Damien's doing his best. Well, he's not really getting winded by trying to help you up the stairs. He definitely is struggling though to support you in your stupor.
Uh,
And he's just like,
it's
okay, one step after the other. It's okay, but
yeah.
please
Wait,
don't.
No, it's fine.
I-
Damien, no, I got this. I promise. I got this. Ready? Watch. No hands. It's fine. I
No,
got it. Just
you
one
gotta.
step. It's fine. I promise. It's fine.
Oh, you need both eyes open, please.
No, it's right down the hall. I know where it is. It's fine.
You have to be careful on stairs. They have a surprisingly high fatality rate. You could get a concussion, a broken bone. Well, a broken bone I could fix, but I mean, again, a concussion is scary. I don't think you want a concussion. It's just hold
I
on
don't
to me.
I don't have that much more to lose with that for a concussion. It's fine.
Um, well, you do have a lot to lose. You could lose. You could have vision impairment, memory loss, loss of sensation or motor function. So why don't you just trust me and we'll just take these steps one by one. Both eyes open, please. Come on. All right, and we'll be a-okay. Um, and
Fine.
I will say Damien is also using dancing lights to clearly illuminate the steps for Cece. Um, just kind of doing the best he can. Um, but yeah, as he helps Cece up, and he says, "Look, we'll get you into your room, get you nestled down for the
Mm,
night, and we can
mm.
tackle these problems tomorrow. It's yeah,
There's
we're gonna
no
be okay."
problems. Problems. It'll be fine.
It's
Probably. Most
I will.
likely. If you don't talk about them, they don't happen.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter being is we're still here now, so that means that there is at least a chance that things can go right, as
Mm.
in contrast to things getting worse. I mean, that's the whole deal. That's why the future is, oftentimes a point of hope for people. It's because we don't know what it holds. Come on, please, stay awake, please.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, you're good.
Shh.
Okay, all right.
I'm trying to sleep.
You can sleep once you are comfortably in the bed. Now, try not to make too much noise. Again, let's not disturb any of the other guests here. As I'm going to assume at this point we've probably made it to the entrance, and Damien's going to try and quietly and discreetly open the door without making a racket.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, I think you'll be able to do that. How are room assignments done? I know that Pin and Ashram definitely weren't going to be sleeping in the same room.
Yeah, I think it was
Ash and
Ashram
Damien
and
in
Damien.
one room.
I don't know who else roomed with who else. No one ever brought it up.
Yeah, no one brought it up. That's fine. Sure. What was I gonna say?
Shit. I was just trying to math out who would go where.
Yeah.
All.
I love how both Cece and Damien are half elves, but like Cece is tall and not skinny, meanwhile Damien is like Disney Princess Lithe. Like
Yes. Very willowy.
very willowy.
But he does have a surprisingly hardy constitution. That's what I'm
just
talking about,
no
baby.
strength.
Health mage. Yeah, no strength.
No strength.
Yeah, it's mostly just cardio and yoga.
All right. But unfortunately, I'm pretty sure Pin would say something if Mio was here, but Mio unfortunately is going to be showing up a little late if she's still able to. So I guess we can go on to next day unless there's anything you guys want to take care of first.
I mean, I would say, taking to the account the whole conversation throughout the night, Damien has done his best to say his piece and assure Cece. So I will just say, as he gets settled down, Damien is going to use the last of his life essence, vialed life essence, to help ease Cece into sleep by basically giving him an extra 5 hit points, help relieve some of the pain from the wounds they received that day, and then Damien will do his best to kind of slink away in quiet and do his best to get some sleep.
All right. Sounds good. Well, I guess morning comes around probably a little sooner than most as the sun starts coming in through people's tavern room windows and you start hearing the sounds of whistles being blown in the distance as people are being lowered into the quarry and whatnot to start working their shifts for the day. You hear the bustling footsteps of heavy booted feet walking through the streets and excited workers basically getting ready to start their morning. Cece, you want to roll me a Constitution saving throw?
You bet. 20.
Damn!
I was just
You're-
as surprised as you were.
You're feeling pretty fucking good, buddy. So you sit up a little, maybe too enthusiastically, having never drank before. And you do get a small spin in your stomach. But as you come to rest in that sitting position, you relax into it, and you're feeling pretty okay.
All right, so no more drinks. That makes sense. Now I know why I didn't do it before. Sorry, my mom was dropping off food. But he's kind of gonna he's probably gonna have the burp of just hit. That was. That's not normally so much acid. Okay, that maybe not again.
I mean, yeah. You're probably also very dehydrated.
And then everything is gonna come hitting back, and he's just gonna kind of head it. He's like, "Oh, gods, oh no!" And he's gonna head downstairs, and hope Tricky is there to be like, "Don't worry, it was all a dream, buddy. None of that happened."
You go down to the Quench Tank's proper tavern dining area in the morning, and you don't see Tricky behind the counter.
Well, he's probably doing something. It's fun.
Yeah, behind the counter is a young dwarven gentleman that you've seen once or twice. He doesn't really normally work as often behind the counter. He's normally just either in the kitchen or bussing. He's not normally behind the counter, but you recognize him as Boren. He's barely got any beard, just barely past his chin at this point. Young, dark-haired dwarf. Young, dark-haired dwarf. Oh, hello.
Surprise! It is me. Apologies.
Oh.
My alarm
Oh,
did not go off. I'm here. Hello.
Hello. You haven't missed much. We just sort of got into it. But if you want to roll your d20 so we can see who's getting the
Yeah.
inspo tonight.
Sure thing.
But yeah, Cece, you go down and you notice there's quite a bit of murmurs going on. You see a number of people who have newspapers at their tables. A lot of people are talking and enjoying their morning ale and their hearty breakfasts.
I'm probably gonna go towards the. Good morning. Can I have just a small plate of the usual, just some bread, maybe fruit if there's anything left over, and the tallest glass of water you have, Boren, please.
Yeah, you want the tallest glass of water? I can get you that. And you wanted what's your usual? I'm not normally at this shift.
Sorry. Just some like
You
some
want just like bread.
bread.
You want like day old bread? You want the crusty bread with some cheese?
Yeah, that works perfect.
Any meat?
No, I'm okay with that. If there's any like
You want your broth?
like leftover fruits or anything, broth would be great, please.
Not much on the fruit department. The fruit department is a little too expensive for these parts. But we could definitely get you some broth, some cheese, and some day old bread. Yeah. You're looking kind of rough there, Cece.
Yeah, it was a long night. What's surprisingly everyone's reading. I'm used to people more drinking or eating at this time of day here. What's going on?
Oh, I not much fun for newspaper myself, but apparently something happened. Something happened last night. Yeah, Tricky had to call me in. But I'm sure if you go outside and get a crier, they can probably get you a newspaper or something.
All right. Well, I'll probably do that later, but thank you so much, Warren.
Yeah. Eventually, Boren will pop out back for a second. He'll come out with a stone platter with a few cuts of this really rustic looking, crusty on the outside and a little crusty on the cut surfaces because it is day old bread. He also brings out this beautiful, soft, creamy, almost like a camembert cheese that basically spreads like butter with your knife across the slices of bread, and a small mug that has this clearly like broth in it, but it seems to be more of a chicken-based broth with a few bits of dried herbs floating in it. And lastly, as you requested, a tall tankard of water.
First things first, Cece's probably chugging that water like a middle schooler coming out from outside. Just
It is the most delicious water you have ever had in your entire life.
It's got that good fluoride in it.
Yay.
but other than that, I'm just gonna kind of wait for everybody else to come down before I go outside and again.
Seriously? Oh, Jared knows I'm streaming and recording, and he's just like, booty cheeks. Thank you, babe. Insightful. I noticed D and Damien, or D and Buddy, you guys rolled the exact same. So if you could roll again for me, the both of you.
Okay.
Yeah, rollies.
3, 2, 1. Let it rip. Shit.
All right.
Let's go.
Delilah, you get the D10 to give to somebody during their rolls tonight.
Let's go. All right.
I will also say for Ashram, Damien returned to bed late last night, and Cece and Damien were not quiet in the halls at stupid late last night.
Okay.
It was very clear that Damien was trying to help Cece to his bedroom, and Cece was slurring words.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Homie was drunk as a skunk.
Ashram's doing his
Buy was right
morning
pickled.
prep work,
Hmm?
and one of the things he learned very early was to make lists of things that need to be done throughout the day.
Smart.
And he keeps writing different things. Like, get stuff together, get something to eat, all this stuff. And almost distractedly, he keeps adding, "You need to talk to Pin." And it's like, go downstairs, get some breakfast, and talk to Pin. Prepare your spells, check your experiments, speak with Pen, and it's that over and over again as he's sort of distracted writing. And he keeps like he'll write a list, he'll put that on it, he'll crumble it up, he'll throw it away. He's done like 4 times today, this morning. And he eventually does come down for breakfast. He looks very distracted. Um, he'll order just some bread and cheese and a bit of if they have some orange juice, probably not. Orange is probably expensive this far
You
out.
know, unfortunately, orange juice, fruits, anything like that. That's really hard to get out this way. Really
What
pricey, honestly. But I can get you some day old bread. I can get you some broth. I can get you some cheese. Get you some cured meats. Maybe
I'll take the meat.
some eggs.
I'll take the bread and cheese.
Yeah.
What is some water is fine.
Yeah. Why not? Do you want like a coffee or something or?
Yes, coffee would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Actually, thank you. And he looks very distracted.
Yeah, he doesn't even ask you if you're taking your coffee. Same out to you, a stone platter with sort of like rounded upwards edges, with some crusty day old bread. Again, a slice of that Canberra cheese, a cup of bone broth, and a black coffee.
Okay. He'll put the cheese on the bread. He'll actually lick the broth, and he sits down. He's just kind of staring, kind of into it, as he sort of puts the cheese on the bread. And he'll look up and he'll actually hand it to Cece. He's like, "Yeah, looks like you might need this a bit more than I would." He sets the broth next to Cece. And yeah, he'll drink the coffee, he'll drink the water, he'll have the bread. He's not really feeling a lot for food. Again, he just sort of staring off in the middle distance and thinking. And yeah, he looks like he's pretty deep in thought.
All right.
I'll just say, probably at this time as well, Damien would have made his way down, came up to the bar situation and asked for some hot water, or a pot of hot water.
Do you want any like leaves in it?
Oh, well, I mean, if you're not opposed to, I actually have some tea. If you don't mind
Oh,
brewing it for me.
I can just get you the hot water. You just wait. Do you want a platter? Do you want a breakfast platter?
Well, what do you have available?
Those, and he'll point over to Ashram and Cece's day old bread and cheese.
Well, yes, I suppose some bread, cheese, and that water should do me nicely. Thank you very much.
He'll give a nod and he'll go back and assemble that for you, before eventually bringing it out to you as well.
Damien settles down at the table with his assorted bread, cheese, and hot water. He begins brewing himself a nice breakfast tea. And he kind of just takes a look at the folks at the table, and he says, "Well, good morning."
It is morning already, isn't it? Oh.
It is certainly that.
Oh, yes.
Um, I was hoping before we got ready to leave today that we could all have a conversation, but I'd like to have Ben here for that.
And maybe Jonas.
Astrom does not say that. Astrom is too distracted. I think it's obvious that he would like Jonas there, but like he doesn't say any specific names except him.
Okay.
And I think he just eats in silence. He doesn't really say much other than that.
So, if you don't mind me starting the day off with a little bit of shop, and I'm gonna say Damien pulls from his satchel a makeshift charm made from the awful refuse that or specifically the bones and refuse that he scavenged from the alleyway because waste not want not. And it is an odd contraption made of intertwined twigs, bones which form a triangular pattern, and then seemingly strands of blonde hair. And he lays it. Again, it doesn't look, the bones don't look gross. It's obviously all been very much cleaned and tended to. But he places it on the table and he says, I've been working on this charm here. It's for a bit of, well, anchored spellcraft. Effectively, I was thinking, perhaps as we go about, I could offer these trinkets to places such as establishments like these, as he kind of gestures around the tavern at large. But I wanted to kind of get your folks' assessment on it and see if it was perhaps a good idea or a bad idea. He pulls his grimoire from his satchel, opens it up to a bookmarked page, and slides it over to you, Astrom, which, again, to your eyes, you can clearly see effectively the blueprint for the charm itself and effectively the arcane algebra used in its construction. And for effectively for your eyes, I'm gonna say, oh no, part of me feels I don't know. I don't feel like trying to be like, oh, do an Arcana check would be funny.
I
But
mean, is it possible that I can like check your math like for this in a way? The equivalent of, you know?
Well, I can say that I'll just give you the base level of what's going on here, and if
Okay.
you want to try and go for more, that's up for you.
Sure.
Because again, for the most part, like Damien has at this point explained his cipher to you, and so
Yes.
you can read his grimoire for the most part. I would say probably the only things that really get lost on you are things pertaining to Death Shepherd theology,
Okay. Right.
and like matters of the soul. But
Right.
effectively, what the charm does is once it is anchored to a domicile using the threshold created by living beings on a home, it would then become a reservoir for the positive energy of life that accumulates as people just kind of go about their days. Basically, over time, creating a ward against evil spirits or beings
Right.
of negative energy. It would reinforce the threshold of the house.
Anti-depression
So
charm.
it's like the opposite of like a Native American dream catcher.
Yeah, basically,
Okay.
it
Okay.
it
Okay. Okay. Okay.
while you're not, again, it's up to you whether you want to try and decipher it a bit, but it, by means of using the threshold, collects this energy, and again reinforces the threshold of a domicile.
Right. Right.
Um, and as you're looking over that, Damien just says, I believe that kind of leaving these in some of the places we stay at would be a effective means to put some good on the people of Vermont's name. Um,
Okay.
it's something I plan to, if it works effectively, propose to make more regularly for shepherds out and abroad. The construction is relatively simple, and well, I again haven't had an opportunity to test it since it is more of a long-term enchantment.
Right.
I believe that this would be a good way to, well, A, ensure that people are properly protected against the negative forces from beyond. He makes some waggly fingers. Um, but it would also be a good way to put something more positive to the name of the Shepherds and Vermont outside of, well, he points to his right hand and says that, and the whole
Sure.
working with the formerly
Hmm.
living,
Right.
the honorably reanimated, if I were to choose to wax poetic.
It's certainly the magic of it is certainly sound. I think it would be a great idea if you're wanting to use this as a way to endear your people a bit more to the the people of the world. I could certainly see it. Um, it's not a bad idea for sure.
Does it
Uh, yes, I
uh,
am open to questions. Please ask any that you might have.
d- does this have to be somewhere specific, or is it just as long as it's on the property?
So from what I understand on the general principles of how thresholds function, it should be placed either securely underneath the entry to the domicile, as it seems that emotional and psychic energy collects around that point, as people put a lot of importance on doors and entryways. I'm sure he motions to you, Ashram. You already understand how people's
Mm,
subconscious conceptions can empower magic like this.
absolutely. I'm looking at this the lines on it and everything. Oko, does the does the arcane theory look sound that it will only capture good vibes and not bad ones?
Roll me an Arcana.
Okay. That's the
Have a
only
look through.
feedback I think I could give at this point.
Right.
Hang on one second. I'm getting my character sheet pulled up.
Was that one of the homebrews that you DM'd me about months ago?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a 19 for Arcana.
Okay.
Okay.
Um, so, normally when you think of protections and whatnot against, good and evil, like, well, there's a spell literally called it Protection from Good and Evil.
Right.
And that is, I think, textbook what springs to mind for Ashram. And
Okay.
you're looking at this charm here, and you can almost see the building blocks of it. Both of them are
Mhm.
abjuration school. So you can almost see written in the arcane weave there, like, the building blocks of it. But it's like somebody heard the concept and
Right.
then came up with their own.
I see. Okay. So it's sort of a jury-rigged protection from good and evil that uses
Not,
um
I wouldn't say jerry rigged. I would say Similar concept, different folklore,
Okay, I see.
or different religion or spiritual belief.
And from what it sounds like to me, it's like it's protection from good and evil that is allowed to be a constant spell due to being able to source threshold energy, quote unquote, as its power source for the spell. Is that kind of the idea?
What is
Um,
going on in Roll20? What the? I keep
Oh yeah,
getting
what is going on
beeps.
in roll
I
20?
keep getting
Jeez, yeah.
beeps.
Sorry.
Good
But
thing
yes,
beeps.
buddy, if you wanted to reply to that, since it is your homebrew spell, you're welcome to.
Thank you. Also, again, phrase the question, or not phrase the question. Just repeat the question for me again so I can answer accurately.
The idea that it's effectively an ongoing protection from good and evil spell that is allowed to stick around because it uses the energy of the threshold as a power source.
Yes. Basically, how you can tell
Okay.
it functions, it is once established within the boundaries of a threshold, a self-sufficient enchantment. Basically using the initial burst of magic and life force from the caster to start it, and then
Mm,
constantly using the ambient energy that then gets collected in the threshold to continue to fuel the spell.
yeah, okay.
Um, so basically, the spell would remain active for as long as people dwelled within the domicile.
Yeah, I look at it at David like, yeah, this is really clever. The way you etched it in a circle like this makes sure that the spell will continue to cast as the energy is scattered. It's really smart. I like it.
I
I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work. If this is something you want to put up, are you wanting to like test it with us to start with to make sure it works? Or
if possibly, I could try. I don't know exactly how it would handle our more uh mobile lifestyle as of recent.
right,
Um, I just wanted to make sure that A, it didn't seem too freaky. I mean, I know I did my best to cut down on the macabre aspects, but
sure,
oftentimes with work like this, you need some kind of corporeal component that was once infused with life, which
sure.
I get. But this was actually made out of chicken bones, so
Mm.
um, I
What
don't
the
think that.
hell is this medicine?
What was that,
Well,
Hex? I didn't quite hear you.
X.
At this point, Jonas, who has been sitting at the table for century and just
Oh.
drinking his tea, and the happens that he thinks the hair of Merlin is going to be less pressing than the bones.
Oh
Uh-oh.
boy, I don't know
Hex
what's
has
going
become
on
a
with your
robot.
microphone, but it sounds like you're trying to talk through water. Which is fitting for your Jonas, but like,
X has
He just
become
opens
robot
his
X.
mouth and water starts pouring out.
Blah, 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 blah.
So that
Sorry, buddy. No, it's not.
oh no.
It's you're very fuzzy and robot-y right now.
Yeah.
We was so good doing
It's
tech
not
check.
like it wasn't like it's not like connection robot. It's like something's weird with the mic. It sounds
Yes.
almost like a filter or something.
Maybe replug the mic, see if it works a little better.
Mm.
Oh, also you mentioned cinnamon tea,
Oh no,
and if it's
yeah.
cinnamon, and he's gonna just be like, "Oh, that was the least favorite type of tea. Sick. Damn, I still feel bad about how we just fucked all that up." Not gonna say anything out loud though.
Yeah. So that being said, I think Hex is saying Jonas had mentioned something while drinking and pouring cinnamon tea.
How's that?
Yeah.
Mm.
Better.
Here is crystal.
Sorry, I was in the middle of taking a sip.
Okay, now I don't have output audio. Hang on.
Oh
No.
no.
I promise we
Whoopsie.
did tech check. I promise tech check was done.
Um, it's
Oh.
oh
Oh.
I might have to go get my energy drink, dude.
I'm
Oh,
definitely gonna have to go get an energy drink here in a minute.
Oh, Mick fucking sleepy, my
Oh.
boy.
I chugged coffee before I came here, so I'm
All right.
Gucci.
We have output. How is
Yay!
Yay.
Yay!
Oh,
So
crystal
you
clear.
was
Alright.
saying.
So Jonas will have joined some time ago at this point. He's just sitting there quietly, drinking his tea. But I think he pipes up to mention that he believes the sort of strands of humanoid hair would be more off-putting than the bones.
Well,
Yeah.
yes. I needed some form of binding catalyst for the startup motion of the spell, and the only way I could create an effective conduit is with organic components. Those most specifically being nail clippings, hair, or blood. Um, I think we know that two of those options wouldn't really go over well, so I figured hair was the safest option.
So, when I was teaching, I had an incredibly brilliant student who had learned how to create a bracelet that could allow people with poor circulation to get circulation back into their ankles and wrists with a bracelet or anklet that he would make. The problem with that is that it required severed human fingers to do it, and I don't think he ever got his business off the ground. And what I'm basically saying is that I think this is less of like an effective issue and more of a PR problem that you have.
Hmm.
Um, we have to come up with a way to either disguise it or
Well,
I
I
don't
mean,
or find materials that may not necessarily be so grisly to the layman.
if it doesn't have to be prominent, I mean, no one's gonna see it.
Well, yes. Specifically, again, this charm is meant to be buried underneath the threshold, specifically at the
Yeah.
entrance to a domicile or the
Right.
hearth, as that is also a concentration point of people's psychic energies within a domicile. Well,
I've
psychic, spiritual.
Right.
imagine if you get a sort of control group of tavern owners or friends, people you know are more open to your school of magic, and you prove it effective and reliable, then you can sort of expand from there. But I think you would have to choose your first uh, partners in this project very carefully.
I see. Also, for point of reference, I did a very crude etch of what the general shape is like. The circle part is the intertwined twigs and hair, and the triangle is created out of chicken bones. All, of course, everything is bound together with the hair. Um,
Right.
Also, upon inspection, you can tell that it is in fact Damien's.
Sure.
Uh, mhm.
I would say using a lighter colored hair may help.
Lighter
Using a
than-
dark hair might seem a little more ghastly. I don't know. That's just a particular.
Wait. Lighter than Damien's platinum blonde hair?
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying a light. No, I'm saying Damien using light colored, like his hair was smart to do. Like a lighter hair was smart. Like a blonde hair was smart.
Okay.
Using a darker colored hair may look a little more
Just
bristly.
imagine if he just like plucked some
Yeah.
hairs from Ashram at night. Just like, will you these?
Some of
Just
me.
use like the green fish hair, and then everyone's like, "Oh, green little
Seaweed.
twat."
It's a little seaweed.
Green twine, yeah.
Sure. You need to get some kind of energy catalyst going. I can understand that. I feel like you're going to have a bit of a problem convincing the layman that this might not actually be some kind of curse object.
Yeah.
That's gonna be an issue. But I see that you're trying to do good. Um, what's the effective radius of this charm?
Um, I will say, for intents and purposes, it could handle, or more so specifically, the threshold is empowered by the number of individuals resting within a place. So
Sure.
its radius would depend effectively on the boundaries of the domicile and then how many people are living within it.
Okay, so you're thinking that it could effectively cover a household.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You can definitely tell that the intent is to effectively integrate the enchantment into the circuit of a threshold,
Right.
empowering it. So you would also know that it would not work in a place where there is not already an established threshold.
Um,
Like,
yeah, understandable. Um, I feel like you're going to need for something like this, you're probably going to want a an endorsement of someone that people can trust. Um, who might be able to sort of give a sort of respectability to it. I know that seems a little crass, I think, but like just someone to go, hey, I can endorse this product. I know it works. You can trust me because I am. Okay, what's the name of that masked bard guy that everyone seemed to
Oh,
like
Midnight
from?
Ballad, yeah.
Midnight.
Yeah, I'm
Ballad.
Midnight Ballad, and I approve of this message. Like someone like that would probably go a long
Those
way
with an
towards
above
getting.
13 passive perception will see some heads turn in your guys' direction as Asham announces he's Midnight Ballad, but you just kind of see them go, eh.
Oh my god! Apologies.
so but and also you can tell definitely with everything that you guys have been saying, the feedback, Damien's been soaking it up very attentively.
Mhm.
And so what you're saying is all it really comes down is to effectively the public relations behind it.
Sure. Yeah, it's a PR.
Ah,
It's PR. It's exactly what it is. I don't know much about PR. It was never my forte, but I can tell you that it can make or break a product in this case. And like if what you're mostly trying to get through, if what you're trying to get what you're trying to get to in terms of like the idea is for people to help trust your
yes.
people, you're going to need someone to start that off. Just like you need hair for the catalyst of this, you need a person as a catalyst for that.
That is a very good point.
Hmm. Um,
Damien collects his grimoire in charm, and on a separate piece of paper begins scribbling away, and he says, "You've given me a lot to think about. Thank you."
you're
As
welcome.
he now, for the first time, with his other hand, finally grabs food, and begins to eat as he writes. He says, so what exactly do we have on plan today? I've kind of gotten caught up in recent events."
Um, Ashram gives Damien a very genuine smile, but begins to sort of look into the middle distance. Uh, and I think he just says, "I think we need to have a conversation, and I think we need to have everyone there, including Pin."
Hmm.
Um, and doesn't say much else because I have to go pee and grab an energy drink. I'll be right back.
Personally, I get our caravan moving again.
I was gonna
I
say, I was like, I can come with you to try to get an ox for it, so we can at least move to the teleporter.
I'd I'd greatly appreciate that. I've got
Yeah.
Yes.
me pick up an ox,
Pick
I
up an
mean,
and
ox.
I'm thinking
Have-
we we take that to Kelpsa. I'm looking to procure a similar key to what the Tempest Shadows were in possession of. And that should make things significantly easier with the true perils of being an adult in this world, feeding ourselves.
Uh, well, so I will say once we get there, we should make sure we sell the caravan before the ox. That way we aren't stuck in the middle of nowhere with the caravan again.
Well, admittedly, how much would it cost us to just take the teleportation pad back to Einsborough? Because we have a working oxen sitting there. The only reason we had to leave it is because we were in a hurry. Like, hypothetically, we could just go back and get it.
Would I know that information living in Devcast for a while?
Roll me a history.
I mean, how
Let's
many of
go!
you? How many of you went in on the teleportation pad in session 0?
Never mind.
They
I don't know
didn't
shit
take
about Devcast.
teleportation. They used a caravan.
Damn it!
Right. Did I take? No. Who took teleportation? Damien.
Damien did,
Yes.
but that was Death Shepherd
That was paid
contract.
for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, CC, you've never taken teleportation to Heinsborough. You're not sure.
Sick, love that. Cool. Sick with it. Oh man, I love Nat 1. Starting off strong.
I would
Oh,
imagine
God.
it would be.
It can't be too expensive. I mean,
Actually,
plus we also
If it really
CC,
does.
would you like to come with me?
Mhm.
Unless we want to wait for Pin to wake up, but there
I
could be
will
hours.
full confession. I was waiting until D got back. Pin's probably at the table with you guys, especially if they're like sharing a room with CC. But Mio isn't here.
yeah. So it's
Yeah.
like, do we want to have this conversation with Pin or also with Pin's play?
Yeah. It's a full confession. I would much rather y'all wait for Mio to have a deep RP discussion with.
Yeah, I think that's the general consensus.
Agreed.
That was that was my thought. That's why I was like, well, we're waiting for the conversation. That will happen.
Eventually.
By hell or high water.
Yeah, so
Consider,
for those watching,
I think-
Mio may or may not be able to make it tonight, so we're just waiting on her IRL situation stuff. And hopefully she'll be able to join at a later date. Who knows? There we
I'm
go.
here. I apologize.
Delilah.
Hello.
I just want to let you know,
Okay.
Pin is
Uh-huh.
like basically at the table with you guys. It's just Mio
Okay.
isn't here. So
Okay.
this conversation will probably have to wait until later.
Yeah. That
So-
the plan was to wait for Pin to show for Mio to be here so we could have this conversation.
Okay, so
So,
I just want to
by
clarify.
us
Pin
time-
is here. Mio
Okay,
is not.
okay.
To buy us time, Jonas will suggest that he and CC go get this oxen situation figured out. Give CC a little moment to sober up, perhaps.
Fine. Mostly.
Well,
Yeah, okay. Then I think the conversation will be, instead of waiting for Pin, it'll be more like, we need to have a conversation later today. I'm not currently prepared to have.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit of time, and
Yeah.
we can do it then.
As you guys are laying out your plans to go out onto DevCast and buy expensive things, the front door opens and you guys see the familiar frazzled hair of Vivian. She looks around with a sort of like a folder in her hand, and she eventually clocks you all, and she starts making her way over. Looks like she didn't get much sleep last night. And she eventually comes over and places the file on the table in front of you all. Well, there's not much going on in DevCast. Well, I mean, there's a lot going on in DevCast for Smiths, but going on for Smiths and DevCast that have N in their maker mark, I was able to find one.
Really?
Okay.
that was
Interesting. Thank you.
Definitely check it out. It's
Mhm.
there. Is there anything else y'all needed?
Nothing else. I'm assuming everything else about all the stuff we found. That's kind of DLE items that we can't really discuss. I'm assuming you know the whole. This is an open
Yeah,
investigation now and
I
such.
can't discuss that stuff with y'all.
I'm
Um,
used to that, Ross. Yeah, I'm used to that whole. I'm used to the
I
whole shtick.
I simply appreciate your prompt response. I did not expect to get this back so soon, and that's
It
very
was.
kind of you.
I almost nearly didn't, but thankfully, stuff that happened last night was dealt with rather quickly.
hmm
But yeah,
Thank
Very
you
well.
very much for your hard work.
was it
We
easy,
all appreciate it.
Frank?
Nothing. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well.
Cece was gonna ask what happened last night, and I'm like, no, he would know better than to ask that, considering he wasn't that drunk to forget it all.
All
I
right.
don't know
Well,
if Ashram would ask that or not. I'm sitting here debating whether Ashram would ask what happened last night.
Flip a coin.
it's up to you. Roll a d2.
Yeah, because he is kind of distracted. Yeah, I'll roll a coin. I'll roll a coin. That's what I'll do.
Roll a coin.
I will
Hell,
roll a coin.
One I asked, two I don't.
Sick.
All right. Bad end. Ashram, yeah, we'll kind of peek up. What happened last night?
Vivian will be like sort of like half turned to like leave and go back out, and then she'll look back to y'all. Have you all not picked up a newspaper yet?
I
Oh,
literally just woke up.
Just waking up and stuff.
Oh, yeah, we had to. The DLE had to respond to a scene in the Quarry District last night. A pub, few doors down. There was an incident. A
see.
tavern keep opened fire with a shotgun out into his establishment.
Is everyone okay?
She just sort of tightens her bottom lip and just softly shakes her head. It was about 3 injured and 1 dead.
What is a shotgun?
Yes, also that as well.
Oh, I don't have one, but it's a firearm that uses obviously explosives to actually launch a small, compact cluster of shrapnel forward. So it's
Ashram's eyes get like big as saucers. A cluster of shrapnel?
yeah.
What?
You don't.
What? What do you mean a cluster? Okay, you know what? That's
All right, listen
like
here. I know some of the things that you magic types can do. Okay.
right, but that's
Magic, yeah.
magic. For someone
Magic?
to find a way to, without a spell, throw a cluster of shrapnel hard enough to kill people
With a
is
big
terrifying.
enough, listen, with enough force, you can actually ignite a little something called gunpowder. Y'all familiar with explosive powder at all?
I
Or was that beyond
a
y'all?
little bit.
Yeah? All right, cool.
Bit.
So with enough force and a small enough vacuum, you can actually ignite that, and it will propel things forward if they are fashioned in a tube-like structure. That is basically how firearms work.
And this man kept this exploding tube in his bar?
Well, yeah, in case, people try to come in and, rob him or assault him or something.
I mean,
I feel like a club would work better for that sort of thing and not explode on him, but
if
I am
doesn't
constantly
explode
fascinated by
on him.
DevCast's ingenuity.
We don't just have, pipe bombs lying around.
Well, this
yeah.
conversation's happening.
Astrum
Cece's
immediately-
kinda gonna.
Ashram
See,
immediately
she's like,
looks
yeah.
over at the bar at like the bar where like the innkeeper is and is like, I wonder if he's got one of those under there. How would you ask
the
something
young
like that?
dwarfs currently behind the bar?
Yeah, how would you even approach something like that?
Frank, what are you trying to say, buddy?
I was gonna say, CC, as
Sorry.
this conversation goes on, is kind of just gonna probably like kind of scoot away. He's like, "Excuse me for a bit. I'm gonna get ready for the day." As you guys go, and he's gonna go upstairs
Okay.
Alrighty then.
and seemingly prepare for the day.
Oh.
Throw up
Um,
vigorously into a tub.
But yeah, Vivian just like, regardless, the barkeep was apprehended. He's currently in jail. Okay,
Okay.
so
Well,
you
that's
don't have to
good.
worry about that.
Hopefully, yeah, like you have to be insane to brandish a exploding tube with shrapnel in it. That's crazy.
Well, I mean,
Darling,
if
the
anything,
pistol on my hip is just a more refined version of that shoots a single metal bullet as opposed to a cluster of shrapnel.
Well, yeah,
Everybody
but
in the DLE is
Spent
armed with
most-
something like this.
Jonas having spent most of his life on a ship with cannons.
what can well like Ashram can get his hand around like War Machine, like big cannons. That makes sense. But to have the effectively the
Shotguns and
capacity...
burgers are where we draw the line for Asher.
now that's just too
Yeah.
much.
Too much.
Oh, that's going in out of
You're
context. I
telling
like that.
me you made the cow round?
You made the cow round.
Are you telling me a hamburg this
Oh my
sandwich?
god.
You made a shrimp fry this rice. Okay, sorry.
But
Um, yeah, that. Well, I mean, I think I just leave off with like, it is never not fascinating the innovation that DevCast has come up with.
yeah,
it is always fascinating.
I would say it is probably getting to the point where Artifice is catching up to creating what we similarly do with enchanted items or spell scrolls. It is certainly interesting. The world is much bigger and far more surprising than I ever gave it credit for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, just to think about it, in a few years' time, we're going to have an aircraft flying around, and maybe we'll get rid of the teleportation stations altogether. Who knows?
Oh, okay. Let's not look. I get explosive tubes and cool robots. Let's not start talking about men flying around in metal.
Have you
in
not
metal
gone
structures.
down into the quarry district? Down to the
It's
teleportation
made of
station?
metal. How is it gonna fly? It'll just
Okay,
hit the ground.
In case Delilah has forgotten,
Yeah.
there is an actual, like, airship
Zeppelin.
being constructed in the hole that leads down to the teleportation station.
I actually don't know if Ashram has seen that.
Has Ashram
He
not
would-
been down to the teleportation
No,
station?
because we were in. No, we had to have been, because didn't we go to the teleportation station to get to.
Oh yeah,
Really?
yeah. He's definitely been there. So I think it's more of a Ashram doesn't think this will work without magic. It's one of those things that like it's going to need like several powerful sorcerers, and it will not work without it.
Gotcha.
Like the idea that a giant metal construction is going to just lift off into the sky, that's crazy. That's madness to him.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I gotta get going. So, later.
No, thank you again for everything.
Thank you very much, Vivian.
And she'll turn and leave.
I will say, Damien stands up and he says, just before you go, again, thank you for everything. And he's going to give her 5 gold. It's not much, but you've helped us a lot.
Oh, no, darling, I don't take tips. You keep this.
It's like, that's called bribing a police officer.
Yeah,
I was literally thinking
I
that's
cannot
a
take
That is
this.
bribing an officer of a law.
Damien looks genuinely puzzled and confused. And he's just like, but you can't accept a gift? Why not?
Oh, darling. Okay. Listen. This looks
It's
like
a federal crime.
a bribe, and I'm an officer, and that is illegal.
I did not consider that, I will be honest.
Clearly.
Oh my god. I love Damien so much.
Next time the opportunity arises, please allow me to buy you a meal. Should that suffice?
That's also a bribe.
Also a bribe.
Is
She basically like
Um,
as you sort of like dejectedly like sort of like bring your hand back towards you with the coins in it, she just sort of like places her hand, like one hand on the bottom, one hand on the top, and folds your fingers over the coin. She's like, "Darling, no.
Okay.
Your thanks is all I need
Poor Damien.
as an officer.
Fair enough.
Enjoy your time in DevCast." And she just
Um,
leaves.
Damien just looks down at the coins in his hands, and he has such a puzzled expression on his face.
Do you all
And he just
tip your police officers in Vermont?
no, but he also just wants to
Damien's never
reward
dealt
people
with a
for
police
helping him, and not reward them, but do something kind in turn. And he knows that a lot of people value money.
I
And as much as it goes against the saying, while money can't buy happiness, it can get you the things that get you happy. And he doesn't really care about it. But yeah, so he just kind of sits back down at the table and just puts the money back in his bag and just sips his tea in contemplation.
This beautiful dumb boy. We love him.
I was just trying to be nice.
Oh no, Asher did not say that out loud.
That's
He's
internal
kinda-
monologue.
Yeah. No, it's fine, Damien. You were trying to do the right thing. I see where you were coming from. The problem is that a lot of bad actors like to use that gifts and things from the police so they can get away with their horrible, horrible crimes.
It's interesting, but I can respect wanting to uphold the duty and responsibility of a position. I don't know. I suppose when they don't gallivant around in armor with big swords and shields, you forget who the protectors are sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. They have my the people here have my respect.
Of course.
But I feel, because I mean, she did do a lot of hard work for us.
She did. But people like that, a lot of times the hard work is sort of part of the reward because they're able to get the information they need to complete, to get an arrest or to find the to start an investigation, and sometimes that's all they really want.
I'll go for comparison. What's like the crime like in Vermont?
I'm gonna say near nothing, honestly. It is basically touted as this like utopia. It has the people there are able to live their lives as they wish and not in the need for money. It is very culturally and artistically rich, and also it's run by a lich.
Yeah.
I want to say that there's little to no crime in Vermont.
Okay.
Contrast to like
yeah.
DevCast, for example, which has like a UBI, so like people still work, but like they're not gonna like perish if they don't work, but there's still crime here. Emberlia was riddled with crime.
Okay. Then yeah, Damien now afforded this kind of new perspective on things, which is kind of the story of this entire time he spent with these fine folks here. He just kind of eats and finishes off his breakfast in contemplation with that. He says, I should have probably just offered the charm. I don't think that would have been seen to survive. And it would have been a good opportunity to try it out.
That's actually not a bad idea. If we see her next, maybe she could put one at the police station to get more,
Well,
maybe
I mean,
help them with a few things.
and I don't know how particularly sensitive you folks here are. This place is admittedly a bit abundant in negative energy at sometimes.
Okay, I'm going
Yeah.
to give the floor to Jonas and Cece if you guys wanted to continue the small talk in in-game character chat.
Sure.
You're more than welcome to.
Mhm.
So Cece, as Vivian basically described what happened last night, and you felt that knot in your stomach, and excused yourself to go get ready. What are some of the thoughts going through your mind right now?
Just Cece's thoughts probably just boils down to, this is my fault. I did it again. And just is constantly like, and it's just kind of that on a repeat loop, and then every once in a while is like maybe asking himself like, what should I have done differently? What did I do wrong? But most of it's just like a feedback loop of, this is my fault. And then like once he gets to his room, he has like the little journal of like things of like, originally was lies he's told, but originally has now become like things that he remembers, and was hoping it was going to become like better memories. It was going to be like the songs that everyone enjoyed were in there. Lily's favorite tea was in there. On all these things are in there, and now it's just going to be like it's going to be like in the on a whole page by itself. There's just going to be now originally was blank, and is now just going to have 2 Roman numerals, just like one after the other, almost like tallies.
Okay. Jonas, do you knock at Cece's door?
Yeah.
Okay. So Cece, as you're writing that new tally in your journal, you hear a knock at your door.
So he's just gonna be like, come in.
Jonas will open the door, and he will very sort of quietly come in and just sit, or like gesture to the bed and ask if he can sit.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. Not many chairs. But yeah, feel free. I was just getting some final bits and bobs together before we go see if hopefully that ox is still in Inesborough.
I don't usually do that. Are you okay?
Um. Oh man. Cece's gonna just stop. Because originally he was like busy packing. Just like hope like keeping moving, that way you wouldn't see like their hands are shaking still, and stuff like that. You asked that question, and he's kind of like holding the scarf he always has. And he just kind of he kind of like walks over and kind of like sits down on the other side of the bed. He's just like, um uh honestly, no, not at all. um but it's fine. I mean, I don't want to bother you with that.
We don't. It's occurred to me we don't. We've been a few weeks now. We've been through hell together.
Yeah.
You can talk to any of us.
Oh,
I've never seen you, let alone touch a damn.
sorry, you're breaking up a little bit, Hex. I don't want to ring the
Yeah,
alarm.
you were
Oh.
you were cutting in and out a little bit there.
Like I've never seen you drink before. You damn near drowned yourself tonight.
Yeah, last night was.
If there is anything I can do, lighten the load, just talk to me.
Unless you can Unless you can alter memory, so I forget last night. There's nothing that you can really do, but it. I knew Tricky was trying to have us do a job. He asked us before we left. I'm pretty sure he probably asked you guys when we were back. And I know we were on kind of a time crunch. And it was a simple thing. It's just, get rid of the competition, as he put it, ruin the drift on it, or whatever the competition was. And in my wonderful thought process, I was like, well, that's easy enough, especially since considering the gift, and he's gonna heavily air quote that, given by Aristus. So I walked over, took a little bit of convincing to have them, talk to me, considering everyone knows, oh, DC's Tricky's bod. This is where they're from the quench tank. But after a little bit, they were talking to me, and I told him to ruin everything, ruin his reputation, ruin his bar, ruin the tavern financially, everything. I thought it was going to be not that. I don't know what it was going to be. I thought maybe kicking people out, closing doors, maybe going back to some of the things he used to do, but I didn't know he had anything behind the bar, and I surely didn't know that that's what his response was going to be. And it's that's now two that are my fault, Jonas. And I thought it was getting better. I really, really did. And I don't know if I am any better than when I first started.
Jonas, will sort of shuffle just a little closer, still kind of giving CC his space. That's the thing about recovery, CC. It's so easy to make a mistake and see the mistake and see like what it ripples out into, and you look at that and you ask yourself if you're going anywhere, if all of this has been for nothing. And because I think when we think about recovery, we think of like a straight line, as time goes on you get better, but it's not. We have good days, we have bad days, we have really bad days, we have days where it feels like we are right back where we started and digging ourselves deeper. But you haven't failed. It's only when you give up that you fail. As long as you keep trying to be better, then one day we get there. Now, I can't say I agree with your method. I can't say what happened is not a tragedy, terrible, terrible thing. I can't say I agree with taking bribes to ruin lives, but we're trying.
I know.
And
just another one I'll guess I won't forget.
this is going to sound stupid, but you don't want to forget something like that. You. Now, I'm no expert on the workings of the mind, but it's so. Very often, we, most of all, remember the time we fucked up. It's so much easier to burn something like that into your memory because your brain wants to ensure you never do that again. It's there, like, trauma is a defense. We do these things as self-defense. We don't want to repeat past mistakes. So hold on to that pain. I guess. And keep moving anyway.
Alright.
These air quotes gifts. I think we ought to leave them as last. I'd be lying if I said I was very scared of what seems to be happening to Ash.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think we're all lost at sea here.
Yeah. Well, I don't know a lot about the sea, but hopefully soon we'll find a lighthouse to at least make it a little bit easier. I think that's how that goes.
When you're on a ship, and you're so far away, everything you know, whether you make it home alive depends fully on how much you trust your crew. On, you have to be there for them, and they have to be. It may not always seem like it. We may argue and bicker and raise our blades against, but we are your crews, and we have your.
At the mention of all that, Cece's probably just gonna kind of smile a little bit and just. I really do wish she was here. I mean, you sound just like her. And I'm sure she would be giving the other side of the conversation that's needed. But I think I've done enough beating myself up over it, and I guarantee you I will not stop. Like you said, best not to forget. But thanks, Jonas. But it really did help.
Jonas will sort of place his hand on Cece's shoulder. We're going to make it home. And I think after that, he just sits in silence.
Cece's gonna get a little bit down again at the mention of home, considering, Emerita. But he kind of just again, yeah, oof.
My bad.
Oops.
But he kind of thinks again, and it's just like Jonas said, he's just like, just remember the things that hurt. That way, it doesn't happen again. And like, Cece's kind of thinking at this point in time, the home is the friends he always makes. That's why he goes to taverns. That's why he performs in inns and stuff like that. Is because he's just at home with people he enjoys. And he's gonna kind of like think that thought coming in. He's just like kind of leans back for a second, takes a deep breath. He's like, well, I think that's a good thing to always keep on our minds. Now, shall we find this fucking ox and get out of here?
I'm glad you said it. Let's go.
Awesome. Amazing. I, in out of character chat, just typed something that Delilah didn't know, and I'm worried that I didn't mention it. So I'm just gonna, say it now on stream to, make sure that everybody knows and understands. So each time you fail a wisdom saving throw to the gift, your tattoo expands. This is gonna be the 4th time I've pulled this cat from this fucking counter. 1 second.
Yeah.
Cat, get there.
No, kitty. This is my stream.
Yeah. I swear to gods. Okay, so yes, every time you fail a wisdom saving throw to Aristos' boon, your tattoo grows. So Ashram started with an arcane circle on his chest. That has now since spiral, like the arcane circle's still there, but like more arcane sigils now branch from that and have gone like across his collarbones into his bicep and now circle around his upper arms. Cece now has more than just the mark on his tongue. He now has 3 like thick black lines that curl over his bottom lip. You all haven't seen the nape of Pin's neck yet, but Pin has Aristos' symbol and some black lines that now branch from it.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I don't know if it was just a matter of I just forgot or if it I literally just hadn't heard, but
well, I mean, there are times where like people can't make it, people show up late, or hell, I'm spinning several plates and maybe I said it mentally.
No, I definitely remember hearing all of this stuff.
Okay.
Asherim and how far that's gone. I don't think Cece's was meant.
Cece's was mentioned last sesh because I had Cece sort of clock himself in the mirror for a moment.
Right.
I wasn't there for that then.
Yeah. But yeah. So just so it's canonized.
Thank you. Yeah. I think. Remind me. I know that the layman can't see our tattoos. Can we see each other's tattoos?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'll say this. Damien's been keeping track of every visible change that you guys have gone. He's just recognized that right now things are a little too volatile to bring that up.
Yeah.
Right.
What? That's
Okay.
crazy.
It's not great. A lot of difficulty.
I don't remember if we covered this. Originally, Jonas's marks were on each.
They were on his
broke
wrists.
up there. What was that?
Yeah, they were on his wrists.
Yeah, there was one on each wrist. Then he cut off one of his arms. That mark up to his shoulder.
Yeah.
He has that arm back. Has it moved back down, or is it still around?
It is still around where his original arm is, so up on that upper bicep. So only the Aristos mark is up on your bicep. You still have the Ravenous mark around your
the Ravenous is still on his normal wrist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hear that you guys are going to be going to Einsborough to collect your ox.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the
So you are not going to be purchasing an ox?
I was first going to go to one of the people, like a vendor where we would be able to procure an ox, mentioned that we've left our ox behind. We know where it is, but Jonas doesn't know if he can like move the ox on its own because like the
Right.
controller was on the van itself. So he doesn't. So he wants to figure out how he would go about moving it separate from the van,
Okay.
and then he's going to go pick it up.
Is this something we had discussed? Because hearing this, Ashram would absolutely want to go to try to get some of his shit back from Emmerich's house. He's missing stuff. I haven't removed him off my inventory sheet. That's how desperate I am to have my stuff back.
Yeah. Okay.
Just mark.
Jonas we hadn't discussed that at the table.
Yeah.
But I think when he's coming back down with Cece, he will declare his.
Okay. If that's all right, I would actually like to come with you all. I don't know if we're planning on splitting up through this or not, but I would like to come to try to reclaim some of my stuff if it's at all possible.
If we're going back, I would vote for moving as a group just for the sake of security in numbers.
I would also agree with that. Yes, absolutely. That is my personal suggestion as well.
So,
Yeah, no, I agree.
if that's the case, I'm going to go and fetch my things, and Damien snaps his fingers in a moment of effectively eureka. He's like, I know exactly who to give this to, as he pats his satchel containing the charm as he rushes out.
There it is.
Sorry, I had to quickly get up because my stupid cat was on the fucking counter again.
I apologize. With everything that happened last week, I totally forgot. Can we time travel just a bit? Just like 12 hours.
What do you... What?
The last
12 hours
thing
was
that
like
Ashram...
5 sessions ago.
No, just like because we all slept, right? So like 8 hours. Just
okay, so
the last thing
night.
that happens, Ashram's the last one out of the bath. He pulls out the sending stone and is going to try to reach Emmerich again.
Okay.
With it. And it's just gonna say, can you hear me? Cough, say something, do something. Please, 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 please.
And you're doing this before bed?
Yeah, this would be while I'm in the bath. Before... Because Ashram was, like, literally stayed in there until Damien left, until everyone had left. He's the only one in there.
So again, this is time travel to the night before. You are in there by the bath by yourself, holding this sending stone. This is the second time you've done this, trying to hear anything back from Emmerich. I don't know if you guys can hear that in the background. My orange flavored son apparently sees spirits.
Baby, hi baby.
So you cup this sending stone in your hands and sort of like hover your hands in water. You get some pooling of the bath sort of around your hands as you're waiting, praying for this response. And as you're about to give up, you see a flash on the stone for a moment. And as you do, you hear, fuck! And then nothing else.
Did that sound like an Emmerich?
It sounded like Emmerich in pain.
Fuck. We're back, boys! Let's fucking go! Let's go, baby!
It sounded like Emmerich in pain. So,
okay,
do with that
okay,
what you will.
So I think that might be why Ashram is distracted in the morning.
My boyfriend's alive!
And I think at this point is when he will, like, once we're all talking about going back to Einsborough, this is when Ashram will reveal, I think Emmerich might be alive. I don't know where he is, but it would definitely behoove us to at least go back to Einsborough to see if I can pick up some kind of trail. I can't guarantee that, but it would be at least nice to try. Worst case scenario, I can at least get my stuff. We don't find anything, I can get my stuff. But he does seem to be alive.
That's fantastic. I mean, the fact of the matter is as long as, well, he's alive, there's at least the possibility that the future isn't certain.
Mm-hmm.
We
Right.
can do something.
Right.
I
True.
think we should take what hope we can get in situations like these.
Yes, we're to do something like save Emmerich. We're up against the force that we can't hope to fight right now. I'm not sitting here saying we should throw ourselves at that fight, but I do think it should be in the back of our minds to prepare for it, because I think if Emmerich is alive, Emmerich could be used against us, especially me.
But
Um,
yes,
the next time we get into a fight. But knowing Emmerich, he's strong. It could also be an advantage. So
I will also say, though, we should most assuredly be prepared, because I would say that at the current rate we are at, you all would most certainly perish, if
yes,
not be captured.
absolutely.
All
Which
right.
I would prefer to
Um,
avoid that if we could. So
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
Einsborough is a good place to go. It'd be I believe that for the people who are after me and potentially us now, it would be a move that would be an unlikely move. At least I hope it would be. Plus I can get my stuff back. That'll be a much bigger boon for you all, and for me. And we can also get the ox back. I think this is a very good idea.
I concur.
All right. Cece,
Yes.
roll me a wisdom check.
Alright.
That's a save. But it looks like you don't have your
Oh.
proficiency on it anyway. So,
Nope. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I also rolled it. Yeah.
yeah, you also rolled like butts.
6, 6, 6.
You-
Cool.
Can't really think of anywhere to like the place to go for mechanical beasts of burden. You know that like AAA sells arms, armor, and armament.
Fantasy AAA.
But like you don't.
Could I ask the guy at the bar,
Maybe you
Mr.
could.
Borin?
Yeah.
Sick. Yeah, because we're like, okay, we need to figure out how to control this if we don't have the cart, I think is what everyone's talking about, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go up to Borin and be like, Borin, quick question. If we're trying to look for carriage pullers, the mechanical oxen, kennel horses, so forth,
Oh yeah.
where would we go for that again? Would that be... It's not AAA, because they do more prosthetics and
Nah.
repair.
Nah. You don't want AAA. You probably want what kind of money you got?
Enough
Yes.
money to buy an ox if needed.
You don't want AAA. They fucks. You want this other group over here.
Something fair but good, something that would potentially overclock if needed.
Ashram is gonna just on the side ask, is it something that we could leave the cart here, bring the ox back here, and hook the ox up to the cart without needing a new ox?
You should, so
Well,
long as you.
Could we
That's-
do that?
Yeah.
That's what we don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out. Is if we need...
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have an ox, but we're looking for an expert, the mechanical beasts of burden that could point us in the direction of recovering us.
Where's the maps? Hang on. Okay, I see.
You could probably go to Steam and Steelworks if you want like the standard for mechanical beasts of burden.
What about specialty?
For specialty? Probably want to go to the Inventor's Anvil.
Okay.
But if you want like will serve and not break the bank, depending on the bank you got, you probably go to Brass Bolt.
Okay.
You may need a translator for Brass Bolt.
So
Why?
I can't understand the guy.
Okay, good to know.
No.
All right, sick, cool.
Fair enough. We'll start. Jonas
Um,
will.
well,
So it was Steam and Steel
Yeah,
Works.
Steam and
Brass Bolt, and
Steelworks
what was
is sort of like the standard. That's probably where Eldred Thorn went. Then you have Adventure's
The
Anvil,
something
which is like
anvil. Yeah.
Adventure's Anvil is like the fancy souped up shit. And then you've got Brass Bolt, which is just like probably secondhand or like backyard shop.
Got it. Okay.
while we're
So-
walking, I'm gonna take a pinch of soot and salt, and just while we're heading to the store, like
What?
I'm sure it takes 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, I still don't know which store you all are heading to.
Oh, sorry,
and I
I thought
think
we were gonna
Jonas
go
was
to
going to
the
mention something.
discount store.
Yeah,
My bad.
yeah.
Well, no, here's the thing. We've already got arm. We know what arm is. Jonas's person item.
You're cutting in and out
might
again, dude. You might need to
have
get
a
closer to your microphone.
Okay, so Jonas is looking for the
Oh.
person who either would have sold it to us or who would sell a similar design to the one we already know how to operate one, and would be able to give us tips about how to get the one we have back here.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
like if there's a
I
weird
think
recovery
he's going
thing
to
with it.
suggest. I think he's going to suggest we start at Adventures Anvil because he knows that this is kind of top of the line based on what Eldred stated.
yeah.
So that's his thoughts on where we start.
When I was doing the looking the bull over to sort of figure out how it works, did I notice a maker's mark of any kind?
No.
Shit. Okay.
Speaking of
Fine.
maker marks, nobody's opened that folder that Vivian got you.
Oh. Yeah, I guess I can do that while we're walking. Kind of got sidetracked.
Kinda. You got so much.
Understandably.
Y'all got so much going on.
So many things.
So the shop that, or the blacksmith that Vivian got for you all is Knackle Yofi. And her shop appears to be called Exquisite Implements.
Okay.
And I will give you that name there, folks, because it's a weird.
Oh my
not
goodness!
common
I
name.
almost spelled that right. That's
Nice.
crazy.
Hell yeah.
How'd I do? Okay, yeah, I got the first name right. Did not get the surname right at all. Not even close. I did get the Y at the beginning, and there is an F in it. That's about it. All right,
Amazing.
cool.
Amazing.
Is that like a gnomish name?
Roll me a wisdom. Roll me a wisdom check.
Sure. I am good at those usually. Generally. That's a saving throw. Where's my wisdom? There it is.
Right? You hear wisdom, and you're like, "Oh yeah, wisdom save, got it."
That's an 8.
It's not common.
Fair
You're like, "Ah, that could be halfling. That could be gnomish.
Okay.
It's not
Yeah.
common.
Stereotyping.
I have
No,
come
it's
to the
not.
conclusion.
Listen,
No, I know.
I have
regional
come to the
names are
conclusion
not
that your
stereotypes.
name is weird.
Right. Your name is odd.
It is.
Is it-
Yeah. It's kind of weird.
I read it. I read it as Knackle Yofi, but could it be like what is it? Certain names that are just like it's like Steven Spielberg or something. Like it is not pronounced the way that it is spelled at all.
Oh, like Sean. Yeah.
Yeah, or literally what's his name in your campaign? In Amarillia. Spears' character. Is it Spears' character?
Oh, Cleve.
Creed,
Yeah.
Yeah, Creed.
Written
Yeah,
in
it's like
fucking
that.
Irish Gaelic. Yeah.
Yeah, Gaelic. That's what I was trying to think of. Yeah, Gaelic is such an interesting language
Or
because it's
Gaelic
like
or whatever it is.
they're
There's a
they're
reason CC goes by CC.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow,
Also,
you got
your
way
first,
closer than
your
anyone.
first and last name are like a mile fucking long each.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like it's pronounced Tyler, and I would thank you to speak to me with my appropriate name.
All right, where are we going first?
Adventurers Anvil, I think is what Jonas said. Because
Yeah,
like
I
you
like
said,
that.
because that was the same thought I had. Was like, we know it wasn't standard. Like it wasn't just a horse. Because like it could overclock, and there was like, and the stuff he got was like seemed upgraded in some way. Like I don't think a general carriage is gonna have like, like have I don't remember what it's called now. It's not assistance, but guidance. Like in all of their things.
Yeah. All right. So you guys make your way to. Let me remember the districts I have in this place. I feel terrible for not remembering them all.
While we walk, is Einsborough closer to Kelpsa than Devcast is, or is it further away?
Einsborough's attached to Devcast. It is under the same sovereignty.
Right, but distance-wise, like geography-wise, would it be closer if we started in Einsborough, or would it be closer if we started in Devcast for the journey?
Are you guys walking, or are you guys taking teleportation station?
If we, I mean, that's what I'm asking. Is if we plan on walking, would it be closer?
You'd probably have an easier time getting there from Devcast if you were
Okay.
walking.
Okay.
Because
I'm formulating strategy here in my head. I want to make sure we're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking if we go to Einsborough, we could then start the journey there and maybe be closer. But if not, then that's not an idea. Where are you going there, Oko?
Where am I going?
We need you.
Hold
We
on.
need your help.
Let me see if I can illustrate this.
Yeah, because I was looking at the map, but I didn't see Einsborough on the map that you made.
Because it's so small.
It is little.
It's a little. So yeah, technically, so this is prototype 1 map, so things technically are supposed to be a little different. But, like, Einsborough would be like here.
Okay.
So,
Okay. I wasn't sure if Einsborough was that town of the east or not.
Not quite. That's a little too big. But yeah, Einsborough is just like basically like a little, because like it's supposed to be attached to the mines still here, or the
right.
mountains, I mean.
Okay.
So it's like basically like a little fucking mole on the back of Devcast. So technically, for roads better traveled, like easier roads for traveling, you would want to go like from Devcast and like down here and shit like that. You will have to swing close to Aurelia, if you wanted to do roads. Or you could try to find roads less traveled here, or maybe just straight up going through forest.
Right. Okay.
But who knows?
Yeah. If
the fuck you'll encounter.
Yeah, I think while we're talking, that's one thing Ashram is talking about. It's like, we can maybe, if we go to Einsborough, if I could get my gold back, maybe I could pay for the teleportation, and that would allow us to at least be able to do that.
True, because what you had like because you had the full like 750 gold or whatever.
I have a chunk of change. I have a chunk of change. I haven't spent a lot of it.
I mean,
like I said, I've been so sad about my gold. The gold is the one thing I did remove. No, I don't remember how much gold I had. Oh,
if you didn't spend, so you spent some on getting pin shoes.
Yes.
That was out of the base 250. I don't think you spent any of the plat that we had because that was plat bars. That like we had to transfer into gold. So you would have had 5
remember how much
bars,
that,
which those are worth 100 gold a pop. Yeah, so 500. So you'd have like let's say like roughly like 650, 700. I don't think the shoes were that expensive.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So 650 gold would probably be what was there.
Note taking, baby.
Thank you so much. I am bad at note taking. I take very bad notes. Thank you.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things. Like, we could, if we can get there and find the ox, and we could bring the ox back, then we could use the teleporter. There's not a weight limit on the teleporters, are there? Like, we could take the oxen, no problem.
No, because he teleported with the oxen.
Right.
Like when he teleported, when he came back, he came with the oxen and the teleporter.
That's correct. That's fair.
Not.
Okay.
He did not. He rolled that shit. Damn.
Because the teleporters were shut down because of the shit happening from Aurelia.
Right.
Damn.
Right.
Ass.
Okay. But I mean, I would know, right? Like, I would know that if the teleporters were up one way or the other, correct? Like if the teleporters would work with the oxen.
Yes, teleporters are currently up because the shit in Emerelia seems to be
Right.
contained.
Okay, and we can use that to then get to DevCast directly. That should work. Okay. Okay. So in that case, yeah, I think Einsborough is probably a very good plan here.
Okay, so you guys are heading to the Inventor's Anvil at the moment. As you guys are making your way through the bustling streets of the Quarry District, it's not. It's nowhere near as busy as it is in the evening when people are off work and going in for a nice hearty meal, especially when people, because you guys are over at the part of the Quarry District that's connected to the Mining District, so a lot of people come in from the Mining District to go eat there at the end of the day.
Right.
You guys are talking about whether or not to go to Einsborough and whether or not to get to Kelpsa via travel or through teleportation station. You guys are sort of interrupted as a young human kid bumps into Damien with a large satchel on his side, and he just goes, "Oh, sorry, mister. You want paper? 1 copper, 1 silver."
All right. Sure. He hands the boy a copper.
Yes, copper. I get paid more for copper. Here you go. Here's your paper. And he hands you a newspaper, and he sort of just gives you a big, like, some teeth missing grin. He's like, "Have a nice day, mister."
You have a lovely
It's
day
more
as
for
well.
copper
Take
than
care.
silver. Interesting.
Right. Copper is worth more in DevCast, right? Because they need the copper.
Yes.
Yeah, somebody remembered.
I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I was like, obviously they could smelt the copper down. It's useful.
Yeah.
Like, getting. All right, fair enough.
Copper
they're
wiring.
employees.
They-
I'm not used to that.
Apparently,
What's this thing I just
hear
grabbed?
me out. Like, here, check this shit out, right? They use copper cabling to transfer lightning.
Oh, here we go.
Now that's just preposterous.
It's amazing what they've been able to accomplish.
Tell
It's
me
so
you've never
cool.
left Kelpsa without telling me you've never left Kelpsa.
Literally, never left
Crazy.
Kelpsa. Was the homest of homebodies.
Homie could have an ice cold soup, make that shit hot instantaneously,
It is.
but God forbid, copper transfers electricity, and he's like,
No,
that shit doesn't make sense.
No,
That's
but
magic with a
but
K.
Cece, no, you don't like. That's the interesting thing. It's not magic. Like, I could totally if you're telling me like, oh yeah, we've somehow managed to make a rod that can transfer lightning, and all I needed to do was put a bunch of arcane runes on it. Yeah, sure, that's easy. That's normal shit, no problem. But are you telling me they're able to do this and control the lightning without the use of rune work? That's madness. It's amazing what they like. I want to be very clear. Ashram is incredibly excited by this because the idea that human ingenuity has come along in such a way that like they don't need like they've learned to do things without magic is such a cool thing to him.
The fact that Ashram was basically raised with wand in hand, like, this is blowing his little human mind.
It's a little bit mind blowing to him that in like a really good way. It's like, I don't know. It's like telling a medieval peasant that, you know, you can watch fucking TikToks on your smartphone.
Yeah.
Like, excuse me?
As this is happening, while we're walking... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was just going to provide filler for Damien.
I was going to say, while we're walking, then Cece's probably at some point in time be like, Ash, I know you get excited about things like this, but make sure we cannot just ask people for how they do things, especially where we're going. They get very upset about that.
What do you mean?
If you see something cool, I don't think they'll be nearly as willing to tell you how they did X, Y, and Z as other times.
You mean in Kelpsa? Or
no, in the Inventor's Anvil that we're about to go. This is because I'm assuming these are like specialty goods. Like they have patents for this shit. And like if you're like, how do you do this? They're gonna be like, fuck, are you a cop? Are you trying to get this shit so you can make it on the low?
Well,
Yeah,
no, of course
get off
not.
my lawn.
I can respect the process without having to figure out exactly how it works. I'm a wizard. This stuff is really cool and something I will never be able to understand.
I just
If
want to
it
make sure
had
because
rune work on it, that would be a different thing.
I was about to say because I do remember you wanted. I'm pretty sure to take apart the oxen when we first got it because you saw
Well,
some
yeah,
runes
because
on them.
the oxen had rune work on it. I wanted to know how the
Jesus
runes worked.
Christ.
And I figured it out. Ashram said, having not figured it out.
Well, I think it contributes to the fact how when one field begins to excel in its particular craft, it begins to complement the other. I believe that there's a bright future for both magecraft and artifice.
Damien, you flip open your newspaper.
Thank
Some of the things that your eyes basically gravitate towards, as they seem to be the larger bulks of story, you see on the front cover sort of the devastation in Amarillia, as they're basically trying to keep people up to date on what they know as to what's going on in Amarillia at the moment. You understand that, or from this newspaper, so what the person who wrote it understands, there's not a whole lot of information that people really know. They have reports of sort of blight seeping from Amarillia into neighboring townships such as Runda. They call it devastating because Runda is essentially the Ainsborough to Amarillia. It's farming town. And blight going into the crops and such there does not bode well for the future of Amarilia's food supply. Never mind the fact that there is a raging, wispy, barely corporeal death god currently raging in Amarillia. Never mind that. And presently, the only signs of movement that people have reported thus far are the colossal miasma-like dragon creature currently running amok within the walls, the once protective walls of Amarillia, now being used to contain whatever that atrocity is inside. And every now and again, there are reports of floating eyeballs with tendrils coming from them. Those are the only things that people have been able to glean from afar. And notably, the article also states that Amarillia's castle is in ruin.
Alas.
Oh.
That's bad.
Damien's expression sinks as he reads the final paragraph detailing the events. And he says, Amarillia has fallen. Those poor people. This is wrong. Damien definitely looks pretty shaken at what he has read. And he slowly begins to remember where he's at, seeing the group kind of have moved ahead a bit, and he catches himself and hurries up, but his mind races with the information presented to him in this paper, as he has so many questions about the miasma, this apparently manifestation of death in the shape of a dragon, and just this horrible feeling that has been growing in his gut since he first heard news of this. And yeah, I think for a while after reading that, Damien really doesn't talk much, as for anyone who would be, most of you would be familiar with this expression at this point, he is deep in contemplation, as internally his gears are turning at maximum speed. But he does catch up with the group and keep pace with them. But he does reach out the paper to everyone else, and he says, "Pardon, but I believe you all should review the information contained in here."
Yeah, the Amaryllia story is basically the cover story.
Oh gosh, this is awful.
Yeah.
There is,
This is-
a crudely drawn, not crudely, but like, not in extreme fucking detail, but you're able to make out the sketch approximation of the castle. And it literally looks like somebody ripped off the upper towers of the castle. You see patches of brick that have fallen and collapsed, and you, CC and Pin would probably know this mostly. The towers that are no longer there are where the royal family would have stayed. And if not the throne room, very close to the throne room.
Oh, this is... This is
Very
awful.
concerning news. Yes. I just...
Yeah.
If people continue to read, there are some follow-up stories after the cover story of basically Vermod calls for the Immortals of Devcast. And what that entails, and it does go through a list of the Immortals. What else? There is a little deeper in a story that goes on about what happened in the Quarry District. Yeah, the taverns are in the Quarry District. Oh, I heard murmurs.
Well, I was just saying, so far, what has been Vermod's involvement in this whole situation that's broken out? Like, I know...
What Damien would know, or is Buddy asking?
Yeah. I would say that the most fair answer you should give is what Damien would know.
Roll me a wisdom check.
Alright.
Woo! Wisdom checks aplenty today. Let's go! Someone better get a good one. I pray. God damn. We're not gonna
Wait, hang on. What's the roll? I can't see it.
It's
not
a
loading
4.
for me.
4.
Oh.
There's no help in that. There's no help in that.
I was gonna offer the 10, but I don't think the D10. I don't think that's gonna help.
Well, you know, Damien is a Death Shepherd, so his DC is lower than what other people would be.
I mean, if you want to toss it my way, you'll have my eternal gratitude.
It is entirely up to you guys. There's also, for anybody who may be watching, the ability to use channel points to allow to somebody
What are we gonna do?
I know, but I feel like that'd be cheating.
Yeah, I'm gonna send the D10 your way on that, just to see if you can get something from it.
All right.
Of course.
Let's see.
I'm sure it won't come back to bite me in the ass.
Please. It's an 8.
I mean, an 8 isn't bad if you're bad.
Well, no, it's a 4, but yeah.
Damien, Death Shepherd Initiate, now without mentor, technically a full-fledged Death Shepherd, since your mentor has passed on.
Yes.
The only thing you're missing is that piece of your mentor.
Salt in the wound. Okay, go on.
Nice.
Wow.
So you would know that if the Immortals of Devcast have been called upon, then that means Amaryllia has asked for help. So politically, Vermod cannot go in unless Amaryllia has requested help, especially considering the tenuous political relationship between the two kingdoms.
Right.
So if the Immortals are being called upon at Vermod's behest, this means either Vermod is being under attack, or Amaryllia has asked for help.
Okay. Then yeah, Damien's definitely in some consideration, because he at the very least has enough of a view of the picture to know that should the Immortals actually be called upon by Vermod, then yeah, something is about to go down, or something is already going down. But he is very frustrated by the fact that he only is able to learn about these events through the scraps of information he gets. Although he now thinks that there's more credit to reading newspapers more often.
Yeah.
Another notable story that you probably would see, especially considering your venture into the Quarry District last night with all the commotion and hubbub, it does recount the owner of the Drift-On Inn, Ronald Commonbrook, was apprehended last night after manslaughter with a firearm. And it does denote the 1 casualty and the 2 injured. And basically writes this story of once a crook, always a crook, this quote-unquote reformed criminal back to his old ways, speculation, drug deal gone wrong, blah, 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 blah. So...
Wow.
I could be using manslaughter incorrectly. I searched up the term, and it just basically says murder without malice, like non-intentional murder or something like that.
Yeah, basically it wasn't planned. It was
it wasn't planned.
His lawyers have already gotten into the newspaper because it was like, listen, we're gonna give him for murder, but we'll take a plea for manslaughter.
Well, it ain't
like he wanted to.
Manslaughter ain't gonna get you much different than murder, if being honest. It might get you a few less years, and maybe not the death penalty. But again, this is a different world, so who knows?
Yeah. But it does say that the only information they have been able to get out of the DLE about this incident is that Ronald Commonbrook claims that he had no idea what he was doing, that he was not himself, and that, pretty much it. He did not know what happened.
Oh, this poor guy. Oh, man.
I'll just say this, for sake of reference, at this point, Damien has just come to reading the paper aloud to the group as a whole, just so we can kind of establish that. For how this information's just kind of getting parsed around. But yeah, it's
Oka, remind me 2 things, because it's been a while since we've talked about the Amaryllia situation. Did we at any point know that Gladys was involved in that? And if not, is that in the paper now?
It is not in the paper.
Okay.
And I don't believe you guys know Gladys is involved with that.
Okay. All right. Then I won't do anything or say anything.
Okay. However, if Ashram wanted to roll...
In my notes.
Sorry, what was that, Hex?
Oh, I was just confirming that we do not know Gladys involved, because in my note, it's out of character knowledge.
Oh.
Yeah, even in my notes, I would have put that Gladys had been involved, but I wanted to be sure just because I'm also bad at taking notes. So.
Yeah, no, that's completely fair. If you want to roll a Wisdom or Arcana, I imagine they're the same for you. Actually,
my Arcana is going to be way higher than just my Wisdom.
Yeah, okay, so Wisdom
it's like
versus
a +6
Arcana.
or +9.
Arcana will get you a different result than Wisdom.
Okay.
So I'll let you choose what you wish to roll.
Would the Wisdom be a better result?
Personally, I think so, yes.
Different?
Wisdom would probably get you a more defined result.
Oh, the only time I've rolled tonight has been garbage, though, so fuck. I'll do. You know
so
what?
That means you're due for a good one. You're due for a good one.
Yeah, that's how random chance works. Yeah, I'll do a wisdom roll. Okay, 16. That's not bad.
Not bad. Not bad.
The dice give and the dice take it away, and the dice
True.
fucking gave today.
It
Well-
is really weird that Gladys was in DevCast recently, so close to Emerelia. And if I remember correctly, from the session 0 with you, Pin, and
Yes.
CC, Ashram did learn that Gladys was acquiring large amounts of catalyst crystals.
Yes, I do have that in my notes. That was one of the things that Emmerich had mentioned, was that she had stolen catalyst crystals from him.
Yeah, so it's entirely possible Ashram could be like, huh, that's weird. I wonder if they're
Yeah.
connected.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that the tone that you just had is the tone he's implying. It's more like, that's not good. He's gonna keep that to himself for now, though, just because there's already been some issues with Pin, and this would not go over well at all.
Yeah,
Probably not.
He's just gonna keep that to himself for the minute.
yeah.
But yeah, he's going to. I think he's going to just keep. We'll see. I'm gonna hold off on that. I know what the answer to that's gonna be. There's a thing I want to do, but I'm gonna hold off because I know what the answer to that's gonna be, and I want to save the spell. We'll do that for role playing purposes later. But yeah, I think Ashram's just gonna. I can't really do much else, but kind of feel bad about everything that's going on. I don't think he can really do much of anything else.
Cool.
Unfortunately.
I think as you guys are coming up on the Inventor's Anvil, I think now might be a good time to take our break.
Yeah, that's great.
Wow.
Love it.
Yay.
So it's currently 10:21 Eastern Standard, so let's come back at 10:31 Eastern Standard. Oh, everyone go make sure to make your bladders a little flatter. Go get your snacks, your medication, all that fun stuff, and we will be right back.
Roger.
Sad.
I
That's
am
fair.
a fool.
Hello, what's going on?
Hi.
I am an absolute fool.
What have you done?
I muted my desktop audio and not
Oopins.
my microphone.
Oh,
Okay.
And then I went and just left the room for 10 minutes while my husband gamed next to me talking in Discord with friends.
I'm sure it's fine.
If it helps,
You got some-
we didn't hear a word of it, but I
No,
know you have a different
it's just-
stream mic.
In the recording.
Yeah,
Premium
know
gear
you're-
time.
you have a different stream
Well,
mic
I
than
also
your Discord
I have
mic.
different stream mic than my Discord mic. I also talked to Jer about some game stuff right next to my microphone.
Well,
So this VOD's gonna have to be edited before it goes up.
cut that
Yeah.
that shit out of the VOD.
Hold on.
No spoilers. Fuck y'all. We don't get shit. You don't get shit.
Yeah.
Okay, I have my headphones on. Sorry, I was making a burger.
How dare?
Don't worry. We just got big.
Yeah, we
Okay,
just
good.
We were talking about Final
was-
Fantasy.
I was lamenting that I muted my desktop audio and not my microphone audio for the VOD.
Dang.
Great. Fantastic.
That's great.
That's great.
Good job.
Yeah, you're gonna have fun with that one later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have to edit the break out of the VOD.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fine. Welcome back. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello, hi.
I had to get
Quick
out
question,
of my
by the way.
pants. I had to get shorts on. What?
Sorry, quick question by the way. Just because for my notes, is it inventors like an inventor or adventures like you're going on an adventure?
It is inventor, like somebody who is
Good to know.
inventing things.
Got it. Okay, cool. Sick. Cool. Got it. Good to know. I was like, I need to know from my notes.
Damn it! I was gonna get a fucking TikTok for you guys too on the break, and I completely forgot about it.
Oh,
That's not an acronym, Oko.
Huh?
what?
Inventors Anvil. Like every time you've come up with something on the spot, it's been an acronym.
Oh,
Yeah.
not an acronym. It's been a
Oh, no acronym, alliteration.
alliteration. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't come up with it on the spot, huh?
Love that. Love that.
Perhaps.
I will, however, get these names into out of character chat for you all.
My personal favorite,
Deal works.
a friend of mine came up with a name of a it was a bait and tackle and salvage shop called the Hook, Line, and Stinker.
Oh, I
I thought
love
that
it.
it was pretty good.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah,
All right.
that's my favorite name so far.
Show. You guys ready?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So you guys make your way to the smithing district. And CC, with enough direction, you're able to sort of navigate your way around. With that abysmal wisdom check earlier, I'm going to say that you're not probably super familiar with Inventor's Anvil. You've probably never been there before. You've probably never had need.
I don't got the money for this.
Yeah, you've never probably really had need to go to Inventor's Anvil.
This is a place that has like free coffee while you're sitting down. You're like, oh my god, this is what they're doing.
Amazing.
Hell yeah. You guys do enter a very strong dwarvish architecture building. Hold on. Let me get some different music for this.
The dwarves abhor study ambience.
Get off the creepy background music.
It's just like I said earlier. It's just we all live together from Warframe. Just
Yeah.
keep the air and water flowing.
No, no more.
That's copyrighted.
I'm
That's all I
streaming.
get. That's all you get. That's all you get.
But yeah, it's
You'll have to tune into the
strong-
special stream for that.
Strong, sharp-angled stone pillars on either side of the door of the inventor's angle or inventor's. Oh my god, anvil, hanging above the two wide doors there. You see this beautiful metal work with the name of the shop cut out of the shape of an anvil, hanging off of these beautiful dark metal chains. Going inside, you guys, a lot of you have probably never really been to a shop like this before. Going inside, you see on pedestals a variety of, not like massive pedestals, but like smaller pedestals. You guys see a variety of different caravans of varying sizes and artistic display. You guys also see in the far back, you will hear the hammering and tinking of metal on metal, but the showroom itself is, well, a showroom. This isn't like any smith you've walked into. This is not like AAA, which is more akin to Walmart, I guess. But this looks like for the player, is a high-end car shop.
Oh ho ho. Damien does have he definitely seems intrigued by all the things on display.
This looks like a high-end magic carrot shop.
Quick question: from the displays alone, do we see any that look at all similar to the caravan we currently have?
Yes. You guys
Sick,
do
that
see
helps.
a model that looks similar, but not quite.
Okay.
As you guys walk in and sort of stand there for a moment, sort of taking it all in, Cece, you hear steps approaching you on your right. Looking over, you see a half-orcish woman with her...
Motherfucker! Okay, I'm scared. I'm gonna wait.
See half-orcish woman with sort of shorter black hair with one side sort of braided back. And you see her with jewels, nose piercing, her ears are pierced. She's wearing sort of a nicer looking black blouse with sort of brown slacks. And she sort of has her hands folded together, covered in assortment of rings and so on and so forth. And she gives a tusky smile to all of you. And you see there's some gold bangles on her tusks as well. Hello, can I help you all with anything?
Quick question, Oko. Do I recognize this one?
I don't think you do.
Okay, I want to make sure because there was that one, like 00. I was like, motherfucker.
No.
If it's that much of a callback, son of a bitch.
No, you do not recognize this one.
Oh, thank God. As Zigrid's like, hello, she's gonna kind of like step up and just be like, oh, hello. Sorry to bother you. I had a few quick questions.
I may have quick answers. Do you wish to come to my desk?
Sure, if that's a little bit more comfortable, not a problem.
All right. And she sort of steps to the side and sort of like leads you guys with a gesturing hand. You guys make your way through, again, the bulk of the showroom as she's almost taking the longest path to her desk that she can, until eventually you come to a very robust, solid, dark wooden desk with a chair behind it and a few chairs in front of it. Come, sit, please.
Gotta respect the hustle.
Yeah, right. So I guess I'll take a seat if there's enough space for everyone. But once we're all seated, it's like,
Yeah,
I believe.
Oh, my manners. 1 second. And she stands up and she places a hand on her desk and she leans forward with a hand outward. My name is Greta.
Nice. Grita.
Greta, yes.
Okay. I put my hand forward. I was like, nice to meet you, Grita. I'm not gonna do anything. My brain was like, I know Orcish. I could do an Orcish thing, but I also don't want to get in trouble. That's the case. So I put my hand forward though, and nice to meet you. Thank you so much for taking the time. I had a quick question. I believe we have purchased a caravan as well as 2 mechanical oxen from you all a little while ago. It was very similar, and I point to the one that looks kind of like, again, similar to the one that's on the showroom, and then let them know. I was like, and we had some issues recently where one of our oxen became disconnected, and we believe we know where the oxen is, and we have the caravan still, but is there an easy way to be able to basically like bring that oxen back, or is it kind of like once it's disconnected from the caravan, is it a lost cause, or?
It's not entirely lost cause. It might be difficult to reinstall, but reinstallment could be done. Could be done here. I'm very curious how you could have severed the connection of it. You said it looks similar to that model, bigger or smaller?
Asherim will pull out a small lens, do a little bit of fingery pokery, and do a minor illusion of the ox and cart together, so she can get a full look of what it looks like.
I see. Very fancy.
I blush a little bit because I like this woman.
I see. So you had you had the K7 model. I see. Ooh, very fancy. Very fancy.
Mm-hmm.
How did you should have 2.
So we did have 2.
Funny story there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, during our travels, there was an issue with a troll, and it unfortunately kind of dismantled one of it. Dismantled it kind of. Yeah, it unfortunately.
It wasn't the troll that did that.
We're going to say that though.
Yeah, I'm saying that above the
people
board. I'm just reminding you it wasn't the troll. I'm making sure that you were particularly lying here. I apologize.
Yeah. No, you're fine. I was just like, I'm not gonna tell them people who are like could easily come and be like, hey, so like you remember selling these things? I was like, no. It's fine.
Yeah.
But I was like, so yeah, we unfortunately had a few. We had a run-in with a troll because we were off a little bit further into the forest area, and it just kind of sideswiped before we could start the overclock feature, and took one of the oxen with it. the second oxen, well, I feel embarrassed to admit it, was kind of a mistake on my part. We were trying to take a teleport pad back to DevCast to, funny enough, buy another ox, and I didn't make sure everything was on the teleport pad.
Oh, so where did you take teleport pad from?
From Ainsborough.
Oh, there's no teleport pad in Ainsborough.
Isn't there one outside of Ainsborough?
Outside,
Apologies,
yes, but for transport caravan mostly for supplies. Very
Apologies.
interesting.
This has been a bit of a harrowing experience. My comrade here neglected to inform I actually cast the teleport spell. This was actually
Oh, more fancy,
Excuse me, this
more
was
fancy
actually on
magic,
me.
yes?
Yes, I unfortunately did not have the field laid down properly for the teleport, and we were not able to teleport the oxen as part of it. That's on me. That's my fault.
I see, and your brother here cover for you for mishap, yes?
No,
He's a very
to be
good
fair,
friend. Yes.
I did almost die from the trolls, so that whole time frame is a little fuzzy.
Oh, so to be using a K7 model on very dangerous roads, you all must be very adventurous people, yes?
We were in the
Something like that.
employ of a...
Damien
That's rough for words.
visibly cringes at that word.
We found ourselves in the employ of a rather well-known archaeologist of some kind.
Oh, were you? Oh, you see, and she leans forward and she sort of gestures for y'all to come in. There was a celebrity who came here and purchased a K7 model. I didn't get to speak to him, but I saw him. Very fancy. Was he your employer?
Eldred Thorpe.
Yes.
Oh. Oh. And he just give you the model afterwards?
Well, he unfortunately had a run-in with the trolls as well, and did not survive.
Although he did, to be fair, he did use the money he was going to pay us for that, and he did say we could keep it afterwards, no matter what.
Yeah.
That is true. That did
How
happen.
is that
Over
not
table.
in the
That did happen.
news?
He did happen.
How is that not in news that he did not survive?
How
We
was that
haven't had
what?
an
So, I'm sorry,
opportunity
say that
to
again?
release-
How is that not in the news that he did not survive?
We just arrived. It's been a bit of a complicated situation, unfortunately.
Oh.
We haven't known who to contact about that whole situation or recovery of remains or anything.
Does she believe literally any word of what we're saying right now?
You want to roll me in? Say.
I would also
Sure.
can I roll insight as well, please.
Go
And also,
for
I'd like to
it.
give Bardic.
I
too.
didn't know if we
I'd like
wanted to
give
throw a
Bardic-
deception
I'd like to
on
give
there,
Bardic to
like...
Ash. Yeah, I'd like to give Bardic to Ash because I'm like, I was hoping, I was like, oh, CC's just gonna handle this, no problem. And then like everyone, and since nobody actually discussed how we're like talking about this,
Yeah.
Just truth
I love
and
that
lies
so
with
much
everything.
RP. Nobody discussed how this was going to be handled.
That's a 14
That's
insight.
the thing.
Did you want me to roll
Jonas
deception
just lies.
instead?
He does not care.
Yes,
I rolled
those
a
who
13.
actually care about their deceiving, please roll me a deception.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Once
I mean, the
catch
only thing,
what-
I guess I'll lie because I am lying about the troll.
I don't think
I'll lie about
The funny
that.
thing is,
would it be okay
as
if I
much as
gave
Jonas is used to
CC
just-
advantage on that roll with my
I don't
talk?
Doesn't matter,
think
28.
He needs. I mean, sure.
Okay, well, sure.
It's a 28.
Yeah, it's still a 28. Like,
So as much as Jonas is very used to lying through his teeth, I don't think I've said anything untrue yet.
I don't think you have either. Yeah.
I was like, literally the only thing I lied
well,
about was the troll.
Yeah,
the troll, how he died is what we've lied about.
Yeah. So you guys get the impression that she might be willing to just go along with anything if it means a sale.
Oh no.
So you
Sick,
guys
school,
aren't
love
entirely sure whether or not she's dissecting what you are saying. Hearing that Eldred Thorn is dead kind of did throw her off for a moment, but you're kind of unsure as to ascertain whether, like, what's really going through her head.
Yeah.
Oh, well, if you, sorry, I need to get back into the accent. 1 second.
I admit I was not aware he was particularly well known. I should make sure
How
to.
could you not?
I-
I'm sorry.
He was Eldred
spend-
Thorn, yeah.
I spend my life on a boat. I'll
That's fair.
As
I'll
this
be
is happening,
sure
he's just gonna kind of
to
look. DC's looking to Damien and be
pay
like,
a
"This is
visit
not
to the
time."
DLE.
No
He's a
books
bit
on
of a-
boat.
He was a bit of a celebrity in the scholarly circles.
Sorry, Frank, you were saying?
No, I was gonna say Cece's like just looking at Damien, and I was like, because it sounds like this conversation might start about like Eldred, and he's kind of giving the like, not right now look. Later, sure, not right now.
Damien like just halts and just goes back to blending in with the background.
We love our Disney
Regardless,
princess, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
If you are able to get Bull back here, we can reattach Bull to cart for you.
Yes.
Do you wish to keep K7 model for your adventurous lifestyle? You may want to think different model, something more robust.
I think the model itself might be fine for now. It suits our needs extremely well. We do have like a larger, especially with the size and everything. We have a group member who's a little bit larger, which always makes it a little more difficult in terms of sizes for caravans. But we would definitely be appreciative if we're able to get them connected.
Admitted.
Oh, sorry.
No, yeah, I mean, canonically, Jonas is butting in here, but he will state, admittedly, we weren't really looking to be quite this adventurous. Things have turned out to be more than we had bargained for lately. So yes, we would like to. We're quite happy to bring it back here and get it reconnected. I'm perfectly willing to obviously pay you for that.
Mm-hmm.
The question I came here with is how exactly I would go about moving this oxen on its own. I don't know how one would operate it when it is not attached to a vehicle.
So, for a fee, we could provide a control rod in order to bring the ox back here. And with fee, you get to keep control rod after. Or we could...
Real quick.
Yeah.
Did we not get provided one of those upon purchasing of the vehicle? Like, would that be something Asher would know? It's like, oh,
Nobody
hey, and there's also this control rod.
ever asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ashram does not know.
Good.
Admittedly, for all the rifling through the drawers we didn't find anything.
True.
Because we did go through
I feel
all
like
the
this is definitely kind of like this is almost like a skeleton key to the engine. Like, hey, they're not just gonna give that to you.
I think Jonas
Yeah.
is very eager to sort of get this over with, and he will.
Sure.
What? Sure. Do you want to name a figure on how much that control rod would run us?
Yes, a control rod would be 100 gold pieces. In order to sell you the control rod, or I need to see the damage before I could give you a price to reattach. Unfortunately,
I don't. I don't know if there's any damage, but yeah, no, I'm.
well, if it's no longer
100 for-
attached, then there's damage.
Okay, well, yes, I'm happy
Is-
to
We get
purchase the
a
control
rough
rod.
estimate. Is there any rough estimate you would give? Like, generally, if you're looking at reattaching to the caravan, what's the usual cost?
Could be anywhere from 80 to 200 gold piece.
Whew. Okay. Would this control rod potentially help us locate the animal or the oxen if we arrive and it is not where we think it is?
Could help. You must be within 60 meter radius.
Okay. Okay.
Sounds
Well,
good to me.
that's doable at least. Hopefully we're lucky enough and it's just where we left it and hasn't wandered off.
If you want, so instead of paying for reattachment, if you want another thing, I'm losing the accent, dudes.
Yeah.
We could, you could trade in K7. You could get something more robust for your travels. If you're traveling where trolls are, it might be something you want to look into.
She trying to get us in
Jonas,
that upsell, lads. She's trying to get us in that upsell, lads.
Jonas is going to give Cece the look of, am I good to go off script, essentially.
Go ahead, my man. I trust you 1,000%.
Oh, that's a mistake, number one.
He has
Yeah,
1,000
do-
gold on him. He can do
do
whatever
not
he
trust-
wants. I can't stop him.
do not trust the fish. Jonas will sort of think it over for a moment. Admittedly, yes, we were sort of planning on downsizing a little. Do you have anything that is a little smaller, perhaps that would be obviously more durable?
Is this your family? And she'll point to everyone there. I'm assuming Pin and Stein are also there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, 1, 2.
For the purposes of the cart, I would say yes.
We are sharing a dwelling, yes.
Is there a reason for specific wording on the purpose of cart?
Well, none of us are related by blood or married, so yes.
Oh, okay.
But
This is a common law marriage. At
this again.
I mean, we're kind of like a family.
We're not in need of anything that sleeps people, just for getting from place to place.
Oh, none of you sleep?
No, okay. That's a bit of a in theory, I like Ashram being like the guy who's like, I don't want to fucking rough it. I don't want to get in a fucking. Are you fucking crazy?
Here. We let interiors tell their own story. Come, follow. And she'll go from behind her desk and just sort of grab a clipboard and just start taking you guys to the showroom floor. She will first start at a little bit more of a modest caravan. It's still got beautiful metalwork and woodwork on the outside, but it is more in line with the... how do I say this? It does not look like it would sleep any of you. But she goes up to it and she opens up the back, which is a large just door that she twists the handle on, and it sort of like falls open towards you guys. And inside there is a small kitchen. There is a long bench along the one of the sides there, the opposite side from the kitchen. There's a few windows, and those keen-eyed, which I think might only be Cece, will notice a few latches around the top seams near the ceiling. It is beautifully decorated on the inside. There's a lot of character and sort of like that eclectic cabin aesthetic. There's a lot of beautiful metal fixtures, features like the handles on the kitchenette to look like they were done to look like waves. But it is modest. She will step up on the foot bar to take another step up, but she'll just stand on that foot bar for a moment. As you see inside, there's a simple kitchen. There is a small wood stove. There is cabinetry. Bench on opposite side can pull out to turn into bed, maybe for the small one. And she'll point to Pin. Not
One of the few that don't actually need to sleep.
no sleep space, as somebody said. No sleep space required. Simple, but can be cooked up to one of our horse. Horse is much faster, way more agile. And also only need one. Maybe two if you're toting this one out, and she'll point to Stein.
Jonas will sort of prod at Asheram, who seems bothered by the lack of sleeping space.
Sort of rubbing
And
the back of my neck, just be like, hey, I don't know about this one, fellas.
And Twirl, just like a regular key that he had on his belt, that is probably like a house key, and just sort of gestures like, we're not sleeping, we're not using the actual interior, we're getting a mansion.
Wait, did I know you had a mansion key? Wait a minute, hang on.
We're
he's
going to go
reminding
buy
you
one.
the
We don't have
goal.
one. So the goal is that we're going to Kelpsa to purchase one of those keys. Jonas is just using his house key as a prop.
Right, okay.
To not tell the person, hey, the reason we don't need sleeping things is because we don't need it because we're going to go get a key. Because then...
we don't intend to use your finely crafted caravan because we don't want to upset her.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I suppose we could do that and just rough it. That seems... it's not ideal, but it's definitely something that's worth doing. And you said it's faster, correct?
Its smaller vehicle would definitely be faster, especially if you do a recommendation, a hook up to horse. Maybe two horse would be much faster.
So you're thinking we could turn in the cart and the oxen, and then get the horse and this cart.
Turning in the K7 and the two ox will definitely give
One ox.
discount. Oh, one
One
ox.
ox.
Okay.
Would give discount.
Given the ox and the KV,
K7.
how much K7? Sorry, how much would that run us?
Depends on the
after?
condition. It depends on the condition that they come in.
Okay.
Sadly, I can't do much without our technicians seeing.
Yeah. Minor, for caravan, minor damage to floorboards. If there is, obviously, as you said, damage on account of disconnect between oxen. And caravan, it should be very clean cut because it's teleportation magics. I would imagine. I'll see if I can get it here. We have the caravan is currently in a warehouse, probably on the other side of Devcast. Do you have recommendations on how we would go about bringing it here?
If we have to go acquire it, if you are unable to get ox, if we have to fetch it, that would be an additional takeaway from your discount.
Okay.
Of course. No, I don't think that's what we want to do. I think we want to try to get it here. The problem is how we would do that.
We'll start.
Sorry.
I'll start by purchasing the control rod. And Jonas will hand over 10 plat, I think, is the conversion.
Let's look
Hold
at the
on.
other caravan first before we start
Okay.
handing money and signing paperwork. Yes. She will move on. Oh, sorry, Damien, you're gonna say something?
I was just gonna say, Damien puts a hand on Jonas's shoulder and just says, "We can go halvesies on it." As he pulls out 5 plat of his own.
Hold on.
What?
You two are just
Apparently.
you two are just Istidian in like D&D form. Hang on. Let's Ashram's gonna stop both of you and just say, hey, let's look at the carts. Let's go get our stuff first.
Well,
And
that's
then
the
we can worry
plan. The
about
control
pay.
rod gets us our oxen.
Yeah, but we'll get there. Let's at least hear about
Here,
a nice idea.
how about can CC's probably gonna sound like, I would love to be able to look at more, and I believe we are definitely going to do so. But
Then let's
I do
that.
feel that to be able to do this conversation properly, that we might want to bring the caravan and everything here first. That way we understand everything that we have within our realm.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess. Yes, let's go back to my desk and we will file paperwork for control rod.
Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, because obviously the ox is disconnected, is there a way for us to be able to at least partially reattach it, depending on the thing, or is it like complete? We'll have to figure out to do the caravan another way.
Any of you here know no machine? And I'll
Looks
DM
over to
PC for
Pin immediately.
Yeah,
Pin will just
same.
go, yes, I'm very familiar with machines. Oh, well, maybe you'll know how to reattach.
Perfect. All right.
Finn is quite the savant.
So you guys go back over. I'm not gonna RP it. She will provide a deed of sale, and 100 gold pieces will get you guys a control rod for a inventor's anvil mechanical ox.
While we're doing this, because I'm formulating ideas in my head, is there anywhere in this non-magical city to buy spell scrolls? Because I think we attempted that at one point.
Are you asking the shopkeeper? Okay.
Oh yeah, are you asking the shopkeep?
I'm asking Oko. I'm asking the dungeon master.
Well,
Cece might know this answer.
I was about to say I don't think Ashram would know this answer.
Yeah, if Ash, if we talk about it and then afterwards, like Ash is asking, pretty sure because we've discussed this. Magic items like scrolls, the keys of Mordecai, things like that are either one going to be a lot harder to find or way more expensive here than in Kelpsa because in Devcast a lot of it is machinery.
So I want to get there and back quickly. And if we had teleportation or teleport circle scrolls, we could get there quicker.
There is the teleport that will take us to Ainsborough at least. We'd have to probably convince them, like, hey, do you mind if we just go through here? Because it's more for, like, supplies.
Well,
but you also
they have teleport circles here, but you need a teleport circle to get to a teleport circle. You see? Like,
but
Ainsborough has to have a circle, and Ainsborough doesn't have a circle.
Delilah, remind me, what's your background?
I'm a scholar.
And scholar
failed
is...
academic, specifically.
Okay. And scholar background is?
What do you mean?
Scholar's
in terms of
background. So, like, your like,
yes. Yes, hang on 1 second. I don't know if I actually wrote that on my sheet. Yeah, I should have. Hang on, I gotta find it.
Now, is it the sage background?
Yeah, it is the sage. I'm sorry. It's researcher. When you attempt to learn or recall a piece of lore, if you do not know that information, you often know where you and from whom you can obtain.
Okay.
Big brain.
It's technically not lore.
Right.
Damn it. Roll me a history.
Sure. I don't think I'm good at that, but no, I'm very good at that.
Inspiration.
Actually. Well, I have a +9 to it. Give me a sec.
Hey, I'm just trying to help out, man.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a 17. You said Bardic Inspo?
Yeah, Bardic Inspo.
Which is a D8. And if for some reason somehow this didn't pass, you get to just keep that for 10 minutes.
Nice. Okay, so that's a 20. That's 20 even.
So
a gentleman's 20.
Sorry, I just opened my energy drink. It's one of the twist top ones, and the fucking pressurized air just fucking scared the crap out of me. All right. You walked through the market district soon upon your arrival to Devcast after you fled Kelpsa originally.
Yes.
And you saw that a lot of people were set up in makeshift stalls, set up on blankets, so on and so forth, lining the streets very densely packed. You imagine if you're going to find anything that is uncommon, you are probably going to find it maybe in the market district.
Okay.
Closest
Cece,
to possibly where the teleportation stations are.
Would you like to make a detour to the market district and see if we can locate some scrolls that we could use?
Sounds good. Plus, I mean, if that's near, because that's towards the teleport district, so if not,
So-
because
Yeah.
again, I want to make sure because Greta stated there wasn't one in Inesboro, but there was one outside of Inesboro for supplies, which implies that there is one at least in close proximity. Am I understanding that correctly?
Sorry, I was reading out of character chat. What was that?
So, there's not a teleport circle in Inesboro. That was something that was like, oh, Greta's like, hey, no, there's not. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
But they did state there was one outside of Inesboro for supplies
There is
and stuff.
one probably about an hour or two outside of Inesboro, and it is what Damien and Nemphra took with the flock originally in Damien's
Okay,
session
that-
zero.
An
That's
hour
doable.
walking. Okay.
Wait, have I seen that one? Do I know about that one?
You guys might have seen it during the caravan ride in
Okay.
if you were keeping an eye out for it.
I would absolutely have, and Keen Mind allows me to remember exactly what it looks like. So
There
if we
you
can
go,
get
Keen
teleportation
Mind.
scrolls,
Well, I
and
mean,
our
you
teleportation
didn't
circle
stop
scrolls.
to examine it. It would have been passing outside of your window as you guys went through.
Okay. Do you think that would be a check for me to have to remember it then, or?
I think trying
Does
to
that-
glance at a flat surface from your caravan
Oh,
might
that's
not
a
be
good
worth the
point.
risk.
yeesh. Yeah, we could get teleported to like hell or something. That would be really bad. Okay, so here's the problem. I'm a little bit unprepared for that level of magic. If I attempt to cast from a scroll, I'm sorry. This is Ashram specifically. I know I've kind of not been doing this very well. This is Ashram specifically talking to Cece as we're walking. If I attempt to cast from a scroll and it is a little higher of a circle of magic than I can cast, it could potentially fail. Not now. Luckily, it won't fail spectacularly because it's a scroll. They do have very specific fallbacks on scrolls to prevent them from, blowing up or summoning a demon or turning you into ash. But it would mean we would be out of the money that we spent. So, to get there is gonna be a lot harder than getting back.
Mm-hmm.
But both of them aren't great. Well, I guess technically, well, no, because if they're, hang on, I'm literally like, my whole brain this time has been about, thinking about, me having to cast spells. But it's like, no, if it's just 2 hours outside Inesboro, we don't even need to pay any money to
could
get
just-
there and back. We can just go
Yeah.
there. What am I saying?
We could just buy it. So I would say like we could buy.
Cece,
we
why
could buy
didn't you
one
stop me from talking?
I knew you were gonna get there eventually. I was gonna say, if anything, you could buy one scroll to get back faster, but we just go through the
Yeah.
teleport circle that's already there.
It's a
It's
2-hour
not hard
jaunt.
for me to be like,
and then we come
it's not
back,
hard for
yeah.
me to be like, hey, do you mind if we go through here? I know we're not supplies, but it'd be really helpful.
Yeah. I believe you were good enough to be able to convince them to let us through.
I feel like it should be stated that I brought Cece along because I am not confident in my own abilities to not get fucking scammed.
Takes one to know one. What can I say?
Well, I think you've proven at this point that you're quite proficient when it comes to the gift of the gab.
What?
That's what I studied in.
Cece.
Jonas.
Yeah.
Jonas, may I see that control rod?
Yes.
I'm gonna take Jonas's rod in my hand,
God damn it, Delilah.
Thanks.
and I'm just gonna do, just as we're walking, just sort of an inspection on it. Is it without actually doing it, because I don't want to break it?
This
would
is
it be
only getting
possible
worse.
to essentially jailbreak Jonas's rod?
You're the worst.
How would I go about jailbreaking Jonas's large rod?
Stop.
Make it worse. Roll me an Arcana.
Sure. I'm good at that.
I believe.
I'm good at that, and it would be also easier if I were to have a bardic inspiration, but I'm not going to say that I'm getting that.
No, just because also I have no idea how the fuck CC's gonna be like, yeah, so what you do is you turn that there, and then you kind of like squiggle it a little, and then you do a little pencil wave to make it look
shit.
fluffy.
That's not great. That's a 12. That's a bad roll for me.
Delilah, you don't even see
Wait.
arcane runes on this thing.
Wait.
Wait, what?
You don't.
Oh my goodness,
don't-
what's
So it
that
is-
from the chat?
God damn it, Frank.
That's
Oh no,
crazy.
you don't have to do that. That's a lot of points. No, I don't want to take that
I
from you. That's-
guarantee you, I'm not hurting for it. It is completely fine.
Are you sure? Look,
I'm
I
a
keep
1000%.
15,000 points in my back pocket in case some shit goes down.
I
Okay?
am 1,000% certain. I am 1,000% certain it is
I'll
completely
reroll
fine.
it then. 1 second.
Son of
That's
a bitch.
worse.
I can't
That's
help that
worse. That's worse. How is that worse? How is that worse? What the fuck?
Delilah.
I am good at these things. I'm good at this.
This is just. She just handed us an Allen key, Delilah.
Well, she said it also allowed us to detect like within 60 feet. Like what the fuck?
So yes, Delilah, you look at this well-polished, bright, brilliant silver, like milled metal rod in your hand.
Yeah.
And like as you're
Yeah?
trying to examine it, trying to look for the magic in it, you're not seeing any runes. You do see some recesses in it that you
Okay.
imagine maybe seams of sort. But
Okay.
like you're sitting there and you're trying to figure out how this rod works, and unfortunately it escapes your mind.
I have no idea how Jonas's rod works. Got it. Okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna like just kind of shake it a little bit, see if I can hear anything in the inside of it. Like, oh, this is weird. How does this work? Must be
Probably
internal
like the
components.
copper doing electricity.
That would seem a bit. I don't know, because the oxen had runes, so there is magic there. It must be internal works. Here, I will hand you this as well.
all right. So
Oh, what a game! I love y'all.
So, as you guys make your way to the market district, it's getting on for about midday at this point, and as I was saying earlier, it is a densely packed street. You have doorways that lead into humble shops, but in front of those shops, barely just not covering the doorways. You also have people in makeshift wooden stalls, probably things that can be easily disassembled at night. Blankets even. You have people sitting on cushions or sitting on the blankets themselves with a modest motley of wares set in front of them. And it is almost deafening, the amount of calling and shouting and talking and footsteps and noisemakers and so on and so forth. There's so much going in this narrow street. It is almost overwhelming, and if any of your characters are neurospicy, 100% overstimulating.
I'm definitely a bit overstimulated by this, but I am braving through it. And Ashram is too.
Can before we also I would say right before we got there, Cece would probably be like, if you find the scroll, do me a favor, let me see if I can talk to them and not just buy the scroll at face value because I love you guys so much. But the marketplace is also 100% all scamming too. That's how DevCast kind of just works.
Of course. Yeah. I don't see why we can't wait for a response. It would be a better and much safer with our money to see if we could use the teleportation circle. I'm sure there has to be special cases.
But yes,
I don't know. I feel like.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead.
No, you're fine.
You guys are RPing. Go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. I wasn't gonna say anything for RP. I was just gonna say the marketplace gives the vibes of, hey, people will say a price here, but they're 1,000% saying that price for people who don't actually know that you're
Sure.
supposed to haggle.
Right.
Quite possibly. 1 second. I'm going to. Not magic items. No, magic. 1 second. Because I don't know the casts for shit.
Costing.
By the way, D, I wanted you to know I love Ash, but in my notes when I'm talking about like, oh, let's have CC just try to haggle, it's like in parentheses, Ash just looks super scammable.
Jesus.
He's
That's
an old
awful.
professor. He's
Yeah.
Super
He's
shelter
probably
just
like-
queen.
Listen, Ashram knows when to haggle and when to not, and the answer is never haggle. You don't haggle. That's just not what you do.
Yeah, 1,000%. He's the most scammable. Confirmed.
Yep. I'm not gonna make you all roll for it. Ashram, you notice a looks like a fair, pale blue-skinned Air Genasi individual with short, very fluffy, almost cloud-like hair, sitting on a blanket, looking over a small copper cup full of incense, a few small boxes of quills and possibly ink, and weighed down is a few stacks of paper. You suspect that that might be a good place for you to start.
Yeah, I'm gonna look. I'm not just looking for. If you could give me a list of the spells that he has available, because I might be coming back to put.
You're looking for spells.
Well, so the thing about wizards is that you can inscribe scrolls into your spell book and just have them as spells.
Yeah, I thought you were looking for like the paper and the ink to do that.
No, if we can get to Einsborough, if my stuff is still there, hopefully it is, and the house hasn't burned down or something. I have a bunch of fine inks and pen and stuff. Ashram is putting a lot of eggs in the get his shit back basket right now, and is just wanting to look through scrolls specifically, or if there are spell books that are available, which is unlikely. But
yes, you're not really seeing anything in the way of there's blanks. There's the Air Genasi gentleman has probably about 2 blank spell books available with him, but when you ask him for scrolls, unfortunately, he sort of somberly shakes his head.
Do you happen to know anyone that would have any scrolls, even just for utilitarian purposes?
This far out of Kelpsa, not like
Yeah, I understand.
Especially in DevCast with its almost fearful views on magic.
Yeah, it's not great. It is amazing what they're able to do with their copper and wiring and lightning harnessing, though. I'm deeply impressed by it.
They seem to be moving further and further away from the conveniences of magic.
It's an interesting idea that they would want to do that,
Yes.
considering how easy magic can be to improve your life. But
And despite the seeming void of magic here, he'll bring a hand out and just sort of you watch as he combs his fingers almost through an air current that most of you can't see. Despite them stepping further and further away from the weave, it doesn't feel gone here. I assume you sense as well.
Yeah, definitely. The weave is strong here.
Not as strong as Kelpsa, but it's still.
No, of course not. Yeah. But it is here, and maybe with time they can learn to embrace a bit more in more of a combination. I know I've seen some of their electricity and their power technology use some magic, but it seems more in spite of itself than because of it.
It's almost like magic is used to bridge a gap that knowledge hasn't found a way over yet.
Well, that's a very good way of putting it.
I like that. Yeah, that
Stop
is
picking
a
at it,
good
Frank.
point.
Huh?
I just see you
I
down
think
there.
Ashram.
Sorry, I saw Frank
It's
toying
the
with his
second.
tattoo and then do a pained face, so I told him to stop picking.
Don't
That's
pick.
the second skin.
Don't pick.
It's
Don't
adhesive.
pick.
It hurts.
Stop
I
it.
can't help it.
If it hurts, stop.
I think Ashram is just going to pull out his theory book and is going to write that down. And it's going to. What was your name, sir? What was your name? I would like to quote you if I decide to write a book on this
Vesper.
subject. It seems as if. Well, what was the line? It seems as if magic.
Magic is used to bridge the gaps that knowledge hasn't found a way over.
Knowledge hasn't found a way over. That's a very good quote. Thank you very much. Yeah, he's just gonna write that real quick on the first page of his book, of his theory notes, and research notes. Okay, well, thank you for. I will definitely consider this if I need to get some more paper or some more books.
There is a shop I think may be of interest to you.
Okay.
I don't know if it has spells, but
Okay.
scrolls, I should say. But it may have some items of interest.
Okay. Okay. I'll give it a look. Thank you. What was the name of the store?
Filigreed Oddities.
Okay.
Hmm.
Are we split up right now, or are we all together?
I think you all have sort of just been together this whole time.
Okay. I'll look at the others. Say, if it's all right, I'd like to go check that out. Would you like to accompany me, anyone?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna head that way. If y'all want to follow, you're more than welcome to. But Ashram is gonna go shopping with his no money. He's gonna go window shopping.
Yeah.
I mean, Damien will probably accompany because he is also low-key on the prowl for some useful wizard paraphernalia.
Okay.
Useful wizard shit.
I was trying to be more eloquent, but yes.
I will say the Air Genasi Vesper that you all are leaving right now, again, does have some quills, ink, some paper, does have some spell books as well. So if you guys need a re-up on, like, components and shit like that, you guys will be able to find those components at the very least with Vesper.
Yes.
Yes.
Damn, alright, I say at the very least, Damien wants to
Oh, my nose.
make out with a bit of no, haha. I realized it after I said it, you funny ding dong.
They do this to me all day. It's totally totally justified.
Damien's gonna be on the prowl for some enchanted ink, as with all of the scribbling he does in his grimoire, he's probably running close to empty at this point. So yeah, he's gonna grab that, but quill's fine. Probably some more parchment, yeah.
For sure. He can sell you. One second. Just want to make sure I have the proper list here. He does have a smaller vial, or not a smaller vial, it looks like a standard size vial, of fine ink for 30 gold pieces.
Ooh. Damien, his mind goes to what he would think Cece would say.
If
upon
they
hearing
know
that.
you want it, you've already lost. If they know you're like, man, I really need this, you've already lost it. You're not winning the haggle war.
I mean, he would have already lost because Damien would have probably led with the most honest thing that came to his mind, which is, I'm running almost entirely out of enchanted ink recently, and I'm in need of re-upping before we go out and about again. Um, so
So, real quick,
Mm-hmm.
Oko, is it 30 GP worth of fine ink, or is it an amount of fine ink that they are upselling to 30 GP? Because, like, the book specifically says you need a certain amount of gold pieces worth of fine ink and paper.
It is. See, Ashram's perspective on that would be skewed because in Kelpsa it would be readily available and not cost nearly as much.
Right. Yeah, it's
To
easy to get.
to Ashram, this is an astronomical markup.
Yeah. Damien, let's hold off. I might be able to get you some paper and ink once we get to Einsboro. I think I could share. You've done a lot for me. And I have a bit left over.
All right.
As long as my stuff is still there, so hopefully. Let's at least wait a little while longer, and then we can maybe come back if we need to. Okay?
I suppose that at this point, expressing a bit more forethought is probably within our best interest.
Yeah.
And he gives Ashram a pat on the shoulder and he says, I suppose that we should go and try and locate the others then. Or do you have
Yes.
another place in mind?
Well, I would like to look at this filigreed, filigreed,
Oddities.
I'm sorry, say again?
Filigree
oddities.
oddities.
Yeah, I would like to look at this filigreed oddities place. And see what they might have there. As we leave the shop, I'm just gonna be like, look, I got a stipend of like 200 gold pieces every month for ink and paper, and that was way too much money for that small a file.
Oh,
That was
If you're
that
not
was a
keeping
ridiculous
that down low,
price for that amount of money. For that amount.
if
Of
CC hears this, he's just gonna go kind of like lean back. He's just like, "Welcome to the market. Haggling's required." And here's the problem: you said you needed it, and therefore you were not getting a haggle out of that at Vespa.
Oh, I see. This is
Well, that's
very
new to
confusing.
me. I just know how much that's usually going to be, and if we're
Hey.
going to Kelpsa anyway, even if I don't have my money and my resources available to me, if we're going to Kelpsa, you're going to get a much better price on that amount of ink anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, at least be happy you went back with all your money. I've heard of Vespa talks as fast as the wind, so usually people lose money, like you
Oh.
almost did.
That's it's a very charismatic individual, I will admit. Well, okay. So, this bubble shop.
Yes. So you guys make your way to CC. You would have probably heard the shop before. It is a little bit. Pardon me. It is. It's got some whispers about it. People say it's filled with haunted items or possessed dolls or things like that. People talk two very drastically different directions about the shopkeep themselves. You hear that she's the most beautiful thing that people have seen. You also hear people say that she is incredibly creepy and unsettling. It is very hard to pinpoint what the shop might be like based on what CC has heard. But you guys eventually make your way to this almost hole-in-the-wall sort of shop, and we need a switch up of music here. You guys make your way to this almost sort of hole-in-the-wall type of shop. You see this beautiful wooden sign that has probably once looked very beautiful, written on it in paint, filigreed oddities. You see it's got almost this pattern of blue designs on this white backdrop. You see in the window itself a number of items, and it looks like it doesn't really get dusted frequently in there. You see sort of metal, like a metal stand. You see like a metal cage, like a bird cage in there. You see a small box with this beautiful gem in it listing in the window there, but you also see cobwebs sort of hanging from everything in there. You see that hanging pot plants were set outside at one point, but in this street of Devcast, it seems to always be a little bit of overcast, probably from the roofs of the neighboring buildings or even the mountain behind it, and those plants just never really got the sunlight they need, let alone the smog that clings in the air of Devcast. Plant life really doesn't last here. So what you see hanging over the sides of these potted plants are just brown, withered leaves.
Dick.
But yeah. You guys open the door?
Yes.
Upon opening the small glass pane inlaid white framed door, again, looks like it could use a coat of paint, maybe a repair or two. You hear the ringing of a bell above you. Looking up, you see that opening the door has oh my god, this fucking cat. 1 second. There's nothing up here for you. Nothing.
This is from far distance.
Yeah.
Shoot, get going, get going.
So,
Get outta
yeah, so you see that opening the door has prompted that bell to be rung, but even then, like, you guys see the light coming in from the street. Dust particles are slowly now drifting in the air. That bell probably hasn't been rung in a bit. Upon going inside, it is claustrophobic. Shelves and weird dolls and sculptures sort of just nestled not too closely together, but close enough to not leave a whole lot of room on the shelves. Cobwebs clinging from a number of items that have been left unsettled for God knows how long. It is dimly lit in here, despite the fact that there is a beautiful, or once was beautiful, gold-armed chandelier hanging from the ceiling with these crystals that drip from it. You guys see the walls are covered in a variety of beautiful fabrics, beads, gems that have all just been basically hung there once upon a time and left to sit to collect dust and soot and smog from Devcast itself. You don't see a shopkeep upon entering.
Hello?
Seeing all this, Ashram just sort of under his breath is just like, oh god, not magics. Oh no.
Hello?
As you make your second call out, you hear this tick, 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 slowly emerging from the darker corners of the back of the shop. You see this very frail-framed human woman with ghostly pale skin, short, pure white hair sort of cut into an inverted bob. As she steps a little closer and you get a ray of sunshine from the window, you see even her eyelashes are a snow white. Her eyebrows are a snow white. She dresses in this beautiful gown that looks very out of place with ruffles and bell sleeves, various layers. There is part of a hoop skirt that you see exposed beneath her very many layers of fabric and ruffles, but it is intentional. It is artistic. She has various gems and bows that hang from her, beautiful gemmed earrings as well. But that's not the most striking thing about her. You guys see, as she has her hands folded in front of her, her arms aren't her own. They almost look like they're made of porcelain. Beautiful white porcelain, trimmed in this vibrant gold and blue designs, almost hand painted on, probably very likely hand painted on. You guys realize that tick, tick, tick you heard earlier were these legs that match her arms.
Huh.
She sort of stands there with her head sort of softly tilted to the side, possibly in a shy manner or maybe a frail manner, and looks to you guys with these vibrant red eyes. Hello?
Hello.
Hello there.
There are many of
See-
you.
Yes.
Cece's gonna give like a like polite bow, especially because like with the outfit they have, like first thought Cece's getting is that they seem somewhat eccentric, but that's fine. Shit, everyone's eccentric on certain things. And because so he does like kind of a slight bow, almost as like kind of going how you would as if it was like where that ball gown would be more appropriate compared to like them in a shop. And he's just like, "Hello, it's nice to meet you. Who might you be? I don't want to just call you if I'm asking questions."
Oh. If you must know my name, you may call me Odette.
Odette? Beautiful name. We were searching for a few different things, and I was wondering, if you'd be able to help us at all.
Is there something in particular?
Oh,
So she's gonna be like, well, I'm just looking around to see if there's anything that might pique my interest. So if you have any ideas, dealer's choice, I'm always willing to look. And then I look over to like Ashram and Damien, and we're like, those two might have something a little bit more particular in mind.
Yes, I am. Hello, my name is Ashram. It's a pleasure to meet you, Odette. I am personally looking for some scrolls of an arcane nature, preferably a teleportation circle scroll. But if you have anything specific, I would also, or if you have any scrolls at all, I'd like to take a look at them if at all possible. Just as well as browsing some of your more magically inclined goods.
I may have some things that are magically inclined. I don't believe teleportation has found its way to my collection, unfortunately.
Okay.
But, I can look at my scrolls. One moment. And she, softly turns around and goes back to the darker recesses of the shop.
While you do that, do you mind if I do a bit of my own magical vetting of some of your goods?
Oh, do you have the ability to do so?
I do. I can detect magic in a number of ways.
Oh. Let me know what you find.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Cece come with the creepy porcelain lady?
And
Can Cece go with the creepy porcelain lady?
Yeah, she seems cool. And it's like, if she's not opposed, he's like, do you mind if I come with?
like
Just
Ashram
if
is
it's,
being
like,
as polite
much
as
like
possible
go-
here, but Ashram is also like, Jesus Christ with the mystic shit. Come on, lady. Like not saying that and does not have that tone outwardly, but inwardly is like, oh my god, with the fucking sage and the fucking like I'm sorry you lost all your limbs, but like come on, you don't have to, you really need to be this like mystic. Oh, magic is so mystical. No, it's science. It's you're just putting. Anyway, that's the rant that he is not having.
Ashram can't wait to go back to Kelpsa.
Player Frank is like,
Yeah.
she's a creepy porcelain lady. Cece is like, She seems really nice.
Yeah.
A
No,
little
that's
bit
it's
odd,
the
but
opposite
like
for me.
nothing crazy.
Player Delilah is like, this woman's dope. I love her. I love the way she talks. I love everything about her. And Ashram on the inside is like, man, I fucking hate this shit. It's exactly what I've railed against my whole fucking life.
Uh,
Sorry, yes, Davian or Buddy?
I was just gonna say, one, Damien very much digs the vibes of things that are going on in here. He's into this. But secondly, I wanted to know, and this might be a shot in the dark here, but is there anything familiar about maybe some of the detail work on the porcelain limbs? For like,
Yes.
okay,
Yes, because so I'm gonna give this to Damien because Damien would know this. DevCast is the pioneer of metallic limbs.
Hmm.
DevCast is where it originated, and DevCast is where it is technically the most advanced. Vermod and DevCast's great political relationships allowed them to work closely together on a lot of this. The biggest token of that trust between these two kingdoms would be, of course, the Immortals. However, Damien, you would be familiar with the Warforged and constructs in Vermod, having basically taken the guts and the concept of the Warforged and the constructs and whatnot from DevCast and made them art, because that is what Vermod is known for. It is known for its beauty and artistry because its citizens can pursue whatever they want. These limbs very much would be, I wouldn't say common in Vermod, but if you were to see replacement limbs in Vermod that were on somebody who didn't, work something dangerous that could maybe afford something delicate, would probably be something like this.
Damien, when he kind of notices some of the finer details, he's like overcome with an emotion that even he himself kind of finds difficult to describe, and he just says, "My your, I must say the craftsmanship on your limbs are quite exquisite. It reminds me a lot of home. Would you perhaps have you visited Vermont in the past?"
I did. I spent a few of my younger years in Vermont. Yes. I see you're a death shepherd, correct?
Yes, admittedly, I'm currently a shepherd without his flock, but I'm doing the best I can.
Aren't we all? She'll just sort of give like a half smile to that.
Damien gives a very warm-hearted smile and a nod, and he says, "I am very pleased to meet someone who at least remembers home perhaps as I do. What brings you all the way out here, though, if you don't mind me asking? I actually wonder, what is it that you do specialize in here?"
I was born and raised in DevCast. I spent many years in Vermont, however, receiving treatments and these.
Oh. I see. That's... Well, I would say that were it possible, I would like to have met the person who had crafted those limbs. They are... Well, the best words that I can put into it is, you've become a bit more like moving art.
Thank you. My artisan is Rowena Gell.
Rowena Gell. Oko, does that ring any bells?
Roria history.
I am proficient in this. If I don't get this, I'm gonna scream.
I was gonna say Bardic Inspiration because CC was like, "This stuff does look dope." He has no idea what y'all are talking about, but he's kind of gonna be like, "Oh."
So I guess add a D8 to that.
Thank you.
No problem, buddy.
13.
It's yeah, it's not bad.
Rowena Gell is probably the most prolific artisan of these types of limbs. Her work is very
Oh.
well known in Vermont, and not cheap.
Damien is like his eyebrows shoot up when he hears that. And he says, "My, why, admittedly, that we came here mostly out of general curiosity, but I am extremely grateful for this opportunity. It's not every day that I get to, well, observe their work myself.
They are.
I-
Is this remind me? Is this going on in front of the counter or behind the counter? Like, did they go back out?
Yeah. So
or-
they haven't even had a chance to go back for the scrolls yet because
Okay.
you guys have been asking her questions.
Right.
But yeah, she is not behind a counter at all. She is basically standing in the aisle with you guys.
Right. Ashram is currently ritually casting detect magic,
Mhm.
and pauses for a minute mid cast, like during one of the hand parts and not one of the speaky parts, to ask. It's fascinating how they're able to get these mechanical limbs to provide motion at a thought instead of specific movements. Do you know how it's connected? Did you ever learn? Did they ever tell you how any of it works? I'm deeply fascinated by this ability.
Very painfully, it's grafted onto the nervous system.
Of course, that makes a lot of sense. Right. That's it's beautiful work. I can't even imagine what that's like. And we'll go back to muttering.
I can't remember it if that helps. But yes, I have some scrolls. If you are with the Death Shepherd, then I would feel comfortable if you want to follow me. Sorry, Jonas.
Please, I would
What was
love
that?
to.
I heard the anguish.
No, I am just in prison.
Oh.
Jonas left because claustrophobia and oopy air, and now it's like,
Oh,
this would
yeah,
be
so Jonas
sick.
just like left.
Yeah, no, he does not do claustrophobia.
That is completely fair.
But
Sorry. So yes, Cece, you go back to her and you do see that there's like this little, there's this little desk. It looks more appropriately to be like a counter that was like repurposed, like a counter from a kitchen, that was repurposed to be this retail desk. But she goes behind it, and you hear her sort of flipping through paper as she pulls out a drawer. And she eventually puts 3 scrolls in front of her. I believe this one here is Toll the Dead. This one here, I believe, is Fairy Fire. And lastly, this one here is Gift of Alacrity.
I'll say first and foremost, Damien will ask the pointed question. Are you familiar with the finer details of Gift Alacrity? That one is news to me.
Gift of Alacrity is, divination. It's a lower level spell, but to my understanding, allows somebody to have the reflexes to spring into action faster for a few hours.
I think that
It
would be
is-
enlightening.
It is a rare spell. I don't see that one very often. I'm impressed that you've come by a scroll of it.
Well, I do like to collect oddities.
It is certainly a mountain of a spell. Some would say a wild mountain of a spell.
Ha. Ha.
Anyway. Hi, everyone.
Get out of here.
It's just your girl Delilah.
Get out of here. You know where the door is.
I couldn't help myself. No,
Uh,
Ashram is interested in that, but does not have the money for it, so is not going to try to buy it. Though Fairy Fire is also an interesting one as well.
like that's one I'm very familiar with.
Yeah, I don't think Ashram's interested enough to try to purchase them now, but is going to remember that they exist.
Damien will want to purchase these, if possible. I very much would like to procure that scroll of what was it again? The endowment of alacrity or something of the such.
Gift of alacrity.
Thank you. Yes, I have a strong feeling that it runs parallel to what I've been looking into.
The scroll, gift of alacrity, would be 300 gold pieces.
Okay.
And therein lies the problem.
It is a rare find.
No, you have a very good point.
Oko, if I were to purchase the Toll the Dead scroll, oh, that wouldn't. No, I can't. I made a promise to Damien.
Promise.
I can't use
I was
that.
saying no
Yeah.
necromancy.
I have been
Yup.
dying to get me a damaging cantrip for like 4 levels, and I just can't get one, and I'm losing my damn mind over it. Please let
Damn
me
the
get
promises I
Firebolt.
made in RP.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, it's a lot easier now that I can pull spells out of my butt essentially. But it's still not great. And I really don't want to rely on that as a thing. But
Fair.
no, I'm not gonna buy the spell. I'm actually gonna take the time. I'm like, I'll be very polite about like these are nice. Maybe I might come back for one of these later if I decide that I want one. Is it okay if I sort of just peruse your goods and check some of the magic on them?
Please, I'd be happy to know if any of them are truly magical. Many of them do come with a tail, but I've never been able to ascertain the truth.
Sure.
This is a bad idea.
And I'm just
Damien's
gonna because
enraptured.
I've been casting detect magic this whole time. I think by now it'll probably be done, if that's all right. And I'm just gonna sort of scan the room, look for anything that gives off a magic aura.
Happily tell you these items. Just give me.
Sure, no worries.
Just
no
let me
worries.
deck. So I think the first thing I'm just gonna go through my list. It's I'm just gonna tell you like as I'm going down the list here. So you see a small velvet inlaid box that has sort of this marble in the center of it that gives off a magic aura. You see you see a small sort of jawbreaker sized glass orb that has this strike of almost like red paint through it, almost like red watercolor paint that goes through it. You also see a lantern that is sitting in the window that gives off some magic aura.
Okay. Those are the only 3 things?
Yep. Because Emerly murders but the other ones.
Bastards.
Guys, bastards.
That's good.
All right. There's some like Resident Evil 2 like syncing going on here where we are Claire B and they are Leon A. And we're just behind them the whole time. Yeah, I will point out to her. Yeah, it looks like the box with the marble, the glass orb, and the lantern all appear to have magical inclinations. Do you know what these are purported to do?
I can tell you the stories that came with them. And she'll grab the small marble in the box first. I wouldn't recommend touching this with bare hands. Apparently, upon applying it to the skin, it elicits a searing pain. Though the marble itself isn't really what's causing it. I'm assuming it's the enchantment tied to it.
So it's a marble that hurts you if you touch it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She moves on to the jawbreaker-sized orb. This one here, if you keep it on your person, if you keep it maybe in your pocket or something, it buzzes if somebody is talking about you with hatred or malicious intent. So long as you're within, was it 200 or 300? Might have been 200 feet of them.
Okay.
And then lastly, she'll gesture to the lantern that you point out. That lantern, apparently, it allows you to see undead in an area.
Okay.
I realize that trying to ascertain the specifics may not prove fruitful in this situation. What I mean to say is,
If I can focus on these and get, because if you use detect magic to focus, you can get the school.
Mm-hmm.
Based on her stories, which Asher was just like, good lord, woman, oh my god. Can again, he does not externalize this in any way. He's trying to be. He's trying to be polite.
Hate her. Got it.
Yeah, I'm just.
Rude.
Asher was just like, you got to do better. You got to do a better vetting process for your magic items, lady. Come on.
She's not a magic shop, but sure.
Though, okay, that's fair. Like your branding's on point. That's fair, but like, come on. But knowing what the school of spell that is attached to, and hearing the story, am I able to discern what they actively mechanically do in any way? Like even just remotely.
Yes. So the lantern gives off divination.
Okay.
And the other two give off what's that one called? 5e.
Abjuration? No.
Abjuration's
protection. One, right? I assume.
Evocation. Oh no, sorry. The searing pain marble gives off evocation. The jawbreaker orb gives off divination.
Okay, so 2 divination and an evocation.
Yeah.
So I mean, do they just do, like, based on what she said? Do they just do that? Do those things?
You can equate the lantern itself to a spell called Detect Undead.
Right.
Shit, that might have been a 3.5 spell. Regardless. So yeah,
Sure.
you believe that what she's saying is the truth. You don't really see a point to the first two.
Right.
But yeah, you believe what she's saying could be true.
So you could say, just mechanically here, the lantern is detect evil and good, but as but just the undead part of that.
Yeah.
It's as that spell. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other two are effectively okay. Because I was thinking, like, maybe it's like a marble of fireball, but but it's like people just keep holding it, so they don't think to throw it. Things like that, where it's like they're just not using it right. There's nothing to indicate anything like that.
You want to roll an Arcana on it?
Yeah, you know what, I will. And also for the jawbreaker, because I'm thinking like, oh, it buzzes with it if someone's talking bad about you. Maybe that's just because no one's concentrating on it to like find out it's like an orb of divination or something like stuff like that. Like people are just not using these artifacts correctly.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll roll an
Arcana
Arcana.
so badly.
Okay, well I'll get.
I was gonna say, yeah, I want to wait after
Okay.
this. Yeah.
That's a 15.
15. You're unsure about the jawbreaker one, but that marble there, fuck,
Yeah.
you are fully aware of the necklace of fireballs, which is a wondrous item. You think
Okay.
you think that genuinely
Yeah.
might be just one of those fucking beads.
Okay. Oh, it's just a bead of fireball? Like it's not even off of it's just off the necklace?
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay. Hmm.
So sorry.
How do I
Well, Ashram's ruminating on that. What was the question, Cece?
Yeah.
So he's gonna, as they were saying, he's like, so that you said you have a collection. You deal in oddities of various sorts. Do you get any interesting books or anything else like that? I'm assuming, whether it be stories or tales.
I'm not really a bookshop.
That's fair. Well, actually, well, so it's that one, or and then I guess the secondary question is like, what's the? Because I'm curious, because a lot of these things are extremely interesting. What is your most prized thing in this that you have from your collection?
She ponders for a moment and then she looks over to some of like the old dusty porcelain dolls on the shelves. Well, when I purchased these, I was informed that they had the spirits of those who created them in them. But if it wasn't picked up by your wizard friend, I'm not entirely sure if they do.
Yeah, I look over at it. Does it have any kind of spiritual energy or magic attached to it
I
at
don't
all?
know. Do you have can you cast detect spirits?
Well, no, I don't know if the spirits would leave like a necrotic energy
I was
behind
gonna say,
or anything
are
like
spirits
that.
technically undead? Because we use the lantern.
You could use the
Damien-
lantern. Yeah, actually,
Hold
yeah.
on. No, I was
You
going to
could
say,
Hold on.
maybe use
Damien was
lantern.
about to say something.
Sorry. Yeah.
So are these dolls behind any kind of particular case or anything? Or are they just kind of like sitting on a shelf?
Sitting on a shelf.
Okay. Damien approaches these dolls after mention of them bearing souls. And Damien is again not. It's he's not really doing anything specific here. But as someone who has worked with beings of the ethereal plane, or at least around them, understanding them, I would say it would be decent to say he's come to have an understanding for the sense of the dead, and the beings that dwell within that space. Um, so Damien's just going to approach the dolls, turn his head to Odette and says, "Is it okay with you if I were to touch them?"
You can, if you wish.
Thank you very much. And with his right hand, he gingerly reaches out and places the back of his hand on the forehead of the doll, like a parent would to check a child for a temperature. Either that or
Okay.
the wrist. Yeah. But he is going to close his eyes and he is going to do his best to, I guess, open himself up to the familiar sensation of, the ethereal plane at work there.
Roll me an arcana.
Okie dokie. Big money. Come on, big money. Come on, big money. I can't roll good today.
Big Arcana money.
It's a good thing it was an RP episode then, huh?
Yeah.
As you do that, you manage to get a closer look at one of these dolls, and immediately you notice almost the similarities between these porcelain dolls and even Odette and how she dresses. You imagine that she may have grabbed inspiration from things like this. You place your bare hand on the back of the doll, or on the back of your hand on the doll, and you try to see if there's any semblance of etherical energy coming from it. You close your eyes and you're not really picking up a whole lot of etherical energies, but looking at the doll itself, you see some strands of hair don't resemble the rest.
Mm.
You see
Hmm.
the eyelashes look soft, not bristly like maybe fake eyelashes. You see the doll next to you has a locket around it that is open and has a likeness captured in it that looks like a young girl dressed in the same dress as the doll is wearing.
I see. Um, okay, so even though it's not been something that so we haven't really workshopped it, but can I say, or I just want to pitch something to you, Oko, and we
Mhm.
can either, fly or shoot it down. Um, Considering he's been working on it for a while, do you think possibly Damien could attempt to do a makeshift first casting of Analyze Soul by gazing into the eyes of the doll and trying to bridge the gap to see deeper?
Fuck it, why not? Can you share the spell Analyze Soul?
Yes. I don't have it in my character sheet yet because we haven't. Well, I more so specifically haven't got the specifics of it. Um, but we're gonna say for intents and purposes, it's level 3 because I want it to be juicy, I guess. And then have to remove the excess bits. Oh wait, no, actually, I'll be a little bit wiser about this. Boop, boop. Uh, yep. Okay. So here's the general gist of it.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, basically it's Damien attempts to use this spell and create a connection between whatever entity might lie at the other end of this or dwelling within.
Okay. That is listed as a ritual, so I'm going to take a moment and cut back to the RP with Cece while you're technically casting that.
Yes.
She has taken a step back from the dolls as Damien has started to do his analyzing. And she looks back to Cece. They're no longer in my possession, but there was a beautiful red gem that came in a few months back. It was sold to me as a fool's phylactery. Apparently, when whomever was attuned to it passed away, it would keep their soul until they were able to go back to a healthy body. And there was also this beautiful crystal dagger that was attuned to the elements. However, both of those sold to a large party not unlike yourselves. Hand of it.
Unfortunately, just missed a few more interesting ones. That's okay though. I do have one more question. And this is a long shot, but I've been doing a little bit of research lately about older beings. Do you have anything about a being named Aristos? She's an oddity store. It's a long shot, but shit, I had to shoot the shot. Who knows?
I mean, I was thinking about it, but I wasn't in the room, so I'm glad you did.
I think I have heard that name before. There's a group of us, oddity collectors, trinket collectors. I believe I've heard that name uttered from a friend in Kelpsa. The friend I acquired the crystal heart and dagger from, actually.
What would their name be? So that you're saying they might have at least something, or they're the ones who at least whispered about it, I guess.
They whispered about it, and they traded with me for a very hefty fee. The crystalline heart, the crystalline dagger. His name, he didn't give me his first name, but his last name was Dibolik.
Can I get a request
to
have that
Yeah. Sorry, I'm doing it now. Sorry, she
Thank
talks
you.
so faintly.
I know you're fine. I was like,
I know he normally does dealings between Kelpsa and Amarillia. I hope he's in Kelpsa right now. He's an older gentleman. Little bit of a eccentric. But I think he's the one who told me the name. Sorry, I keep leaving pauses and you keep going to talk, and I'm just like talking over you.
no, I get it. Yeah, it's just how she goes. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's how Cece is too. She's like, oh, my bad. And well, I mean, we're all eccentric about one thing or another, depending on what it is we prefer. And you said, does he have like an oddities and trinket shop such as yourself in Kelpsa, or is he more of like almost like a traveling?
No, I think he
merchant?
more so just collects things. I have a shop, mostly to appease my family. This is more so a place for me to keep the things
Your
that
collection?
I've acquired. Yes.
Of course. At the mention though that we have potentially a lead. Holy shit! It took us us like 10 sessions, but we have a lead potentially. Even if no one else buys anything, I'm gonna pull out a platinum and say, sometimes the oddest things that we want the most isn't something physical, but something said. And honestly, that is the best thing that I've heard all day. Thank you so much. And I'm gonna give her a platinum because that is good fucking information.
She'll raise the porcelain hands towards you, and just as you place the platinum in her hands, you hear the tink of the plat against the porcelain, and it's just her hands are so cold. Makes sense because there's no blood circulating to them, but it's still just something that might catch you off guard. And she just sort of looks at it and just goes, "Oh, I mean, if you insist."
It's the least I can do. After all, we were the ones who kind of barged in and made ourselves at home, and you've been very kind to help us.
You've also been very kind. You know, calling it filigreed oddities was sort of a way to take back the power that was taken from me when I was younger. The kids were cruel with my limbs, and of course having a name like Odette, I just got called Audette. But I like it. I like not fitting in.
It's always best to leave an impression.
Exactly. Damien, with your 10-minute ritual, did a soul and traces. Okay. It's strange. Have you ever tried to play? Now, we're gonna sound old for a second here. Have you ever tried to play a CD that was scratched?
Sorry, I didn't realize my physical microphone was muted. Yes.
Yes. So you try to do this analyzing of any spirit there, and you don't get anything back, but the longer you linger, you get ah. Just get every now and again just small fragments of a spirit.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I see. But even that in and of itself would be enough of an indicator to Damien to know that there is something clinging to this doll.
Yes. There is 100. This doll's possessed. This doll has a ghost.
Haunted doll watch. We're here. We made it.
Damien just whispers quietly to himself and he says, if you'd like, I don't know how much you're there, but I will do what I can to help you. Well, granted, I know that you may not be able to necessarily communicate in this present sense, but now that I know that you're in there, I can't look away. So if I must apologize after everything is said and done, I will rightfully do so. But I believe it would not be right to leave knowing that there is someone still in there. Damien turns to Odette and he says, well, actually, before he turns, so how many dolls are in the full set?
Two. The two that are next to each
Two.
other. They look like they were
Two?
crafted at around the same time. They look to be of similar make. They're wearing similar dresses. Their hair is styled in a similar way. One is a brunette and one is blonde. But yeah, they do look like a pair.
It wouldn't be right to split you up either. Damien looks over to Odette and he says, if I may ask, what would be the price for taking both of those with me? I believe I can help them.
Help them.
There is something there.
Are
Not-
they in anguish?
Damien, his expression looks puzzled for a moment, and he says, I think they aren't. I think they're afraid. I think they might not be entirely there. I mean, Oko, tell me, did I feel more of the sensation of, again, like almost corrupted data, if we're going to use like the CD analog here, or was it the sense of like, again, torment, agony, and not being able to, a sense of self outside of that kind of situation?
You don't feel pain. You don't feel malice. You're just getting bits and pieces of a soul. That's it. It's just there.
It's not suffering, but it's gripping on to this vessel.
That's how they were designed, yes.
Damien raises an eyebrow at that. They were designed that way?
And she'll take a few steps forward and she's much shorter than you. She doesn't need to kneel down to get to these dolls. And she'll look at them and you'll watch as she sort of extends one of her porcelain hands outward and she'll start moving the hair like tenderly out of the faces of them. I'm not sure if you're aware of the history behind dolls like this. They're old. Very, very old. But the idea is, if you were to honor somebody who's passed, you could use pieces of them. and just make a likeness of them. So this way, they were still in the family. I imagine it's not like, but similar to how Vermod still goes and visits their family members after they've been interned to a flock. How a mother may introduce her daughter to her grandfather.
Damien's face kind of softens in expression as he hears this, as he begins to obtain a sense of comprehension. And he says, "How long have you had them in your collection with you?"
I've had them for about 3 years.
Hmm. Looking at these dolls, can I ascertain the level of quality and care they do receive?
Yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll for it. Like, the things on the shelves next to them clearly could use a dusting, but like these dolls themselves, like, not only are they very well crafted, but they do look like they leave the shelf on occasion. Like, they do look like she, maybe actually dusts them or takes care of them. Even as she went over to explain this bizarre thing to you, she tenderly pushed hair from the doll's face.
I see. He looks down at Odette as she looks over the dolls, and he says, "Now that I think about it, I think they're in good care. But thank you for telling me about their history."
She'll look up through her snow white lashes at you, and just sort of give like a faint smile, and a small nod.
Then in that case, he takes a step back from the dolls, now having a better understanding of not only himself, like, how he can see similarities in his culture in the practices of some others, and in a weird way, in this small, dusty, cramped corner of Devcast, Damien feels a warmth that reminds him a lot of home.
Mm-hmm.
And he just, for anybody who, I mean, again, which would be all of you, who have been with Damien for quite a while, for the first time in a long time, after, he's been here for a while, Damien looks more at peace than he has effectively since, I would say, Nymphra's death.
Oh yeah, even that with like the Death Shepherds taking particularly the ribcage in most cases of their mentor, just to like help them live on. Yeah, I think Damien would completely understand the creepy backstory about these dolls.
Oh yeah, no, like, for some it may seem macabre. For Damien, this is chicken noodle soup for the soul.
Yeah.
So he's just he gives a look over to Odette, and he says, "For whatever it is worth, I am truly happy that we came and decided to visit your humble place of business. You have quite a fantastic collection."
I appreciate it. Ash, you were gonna say?
Yeah, so Ashram has been in the background doing this doing everything we talked about previously,
His
right?
Science magic.
Doing science magic. And like is picking up what's going on in the background, very interested in the Rastus conversation. We'll have that later. And like when they're talking about the dolls, you know, he's just like in his head, he's like, "Cool, that's really ghoulish, but if Damien's cool with it, that's cool, whatever." And he's like, he picks out, you know, okay, yeah, this is what this is. You know, I can't quite figure out what the orb is, but we can always come back to that later. I have identified if we ever actually want to look at it. Then he gets to the marble, and he figures out what the marble is, and his eyes widen, and he very carefully shuts the lid and turns around, and in the tone of someone who has just located a live grenade that has had the pin pulled on it, that just hasn't gone off for whatever reason, or like like a claymore that, like, you know, like those like unexploded live grenades. He's gonna
Right.
turn around and very carefully put the box down on the table and say, "Miss Adet, this marble, as you called it, is the removed piece of a necklace of fireballs. Now, normally, when that is removed, there's a certain timer that goes off, and then it explodes into a fireball. Have you ever seen a fireball?
I've seen large fire. Yes.
Okay, it is. Imagine that,
This
only
is a bomb.
way bigger. Now, I'm going to give this back to you. I would very highly suggest that you dispose of it in whatever fashion you deem necessary before it burns your shop down. Because I'm pretty sure this could go off at literally any time.
Do you have a time estimate?
Yes, it would have been 3 seconds after it had been initially removed. So, I don't. You're playing with some real hot potatoes here, as it were.
Really
Playing with
strange.
fire, as it were.
I purchased that well over a year ago.
Okay.
It still hasn't gone off yet.
Yeah, that's great. And if it hasn't gone off, that's wonderful. It doesn't mean that it won't. In fact, it could potentially mean that it would go off at any time.
Maybe it's
And
defective.
I'm a little concerned. Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear you.
Maybe it's defective.
That's possible. Did it seem defective? Like, if I wanted to, could I activate the fireball aspect of it?
Roll me an Arcana.
Boy.
Ashram over here just like trying not to set off a live bomb.
Yeah, literally trying not to set off a fucking frag grenade in this.
I'm literally like, man, if you're so worried, fucking buy it.
I don't have the money. That's a 16.
That's not bad.
You believe that all it needs is an arcane spark.
Yeah, so, yeah, one bit of errant arcane magic, and I look around at her place.
Okay,
could
let me
potentially
describe this a little better.
Mhm. Okay.
It is a free fireball, bitch. Take it or leave it.
Okay. If you would like, I would be more than willing to take it off your hands and make sure that it is protected, but I'm very nervous about it staying here and potentially burning your shop down with you inside. Because you seem like a wonderful woman, and I would love to get to know you better. I really don't want this to be what causes your death. And I'm trying to be as genuine as possible here. I'm not trying to steal anything from this woman.
If you wish to purchase it, it's 600 gold.
That's... I cannot in good conscience let this woman keep this thing, but I don't have 600 gold. Could I... With it being a one-time use situation, could we maybe bump that to about 250 gold?
She sort of just cocks her head to the side a little bit. That's a steep discount.
Listen, I understand that people come in here and haggle with you and try to maybe potentially downplay the complexity or power or severity of certain magical abilities, I want it to be very clear to you. I'm not trying to do that to you. I am very concerned for your life with
Roll me a
this
persuasion.
item.
It's crazy
Uh,
that Ash is the one trying to haggle this right now and not Cece.
Yeah.
I'm like,
man.
honestly though, I'm letting it happen.
Well, that's
I
because
love this.
Ashram knows what it is.
True.
Oh boy, I sure wish I could get some bardic inspiration on this
I
one,
will
but
say,
oh
I was
well.
gonna say, if you're talking about her being potentially gone, I'm like, yeah, no, Bardic
Yes.
Inspiration, that shit. He's like,
Okay.
fingy magic.
Okay, that's a 9.
Plus
Wow,
a
it is a
D8.
good thing we're not in combat this session because I've rolled like trash this whole time.
Rolling
So a
that
I just
13.
love the idea of Cece standing behind Odette and just like finger guns.
Hey,
Even finger, you know the little wiggle waggle.
that's
It's
kinda
just
great then.
She just sort of places one of her porcelain hands, just like a finger resting on her chin, just. $480.
I 350.
About 250.
4x.
I know I'm absolutely
He's literally,
haggling with other
you're haggling
people's
with
money right
literally,
now.
You're haggling with money you don't even have.
Yeah,
which is
I
just
know.
fucking
I'm gonna
hard.
have to immediately look at all of you and be like, I need you to buy this for me because I need to get this out of this woman's hands. It will kill us all. It will kill her if it stays here.
To know if Jonas was in the room, he would be strangling you right now.
I wanted to be very clear. This is I am talking to her like the old grandma that doesn't realize she has her husband's old World War II the box of old World War II hand grenades that she's turning into the police. Like, ma'am, this is very dangerous. And okay. Do you have a lead-lined box? Of any kind?
Surprisingly, no.
Oh.
That seems
Is there a
just
place-
like the odd thing I would have.
Listen, 480 is a little much that I currently have on me that I am willing to spend. I can come back with that amount of money to take it off your hands later. And again, just to reiterate the idea that I don't want this hurting you, is there a place outside of your store that would be a more advantageous location for this to detonate if it were to detonate? Because it is a matter of when, not if.
I can take care of it.
Do I believe that she will take care of it?
You know what? I believe in the current emotion and current stakes that Ashram perceives. No. You have said multiple times that you believe this woman has no business being near magic items.
I mean, yeah, I mean, yes, that is 100% true, especially with something like this. Like, and beforehand, it was like, okay, well, she's a little kooky, but I like her, and I do still like her, but it's like, you don't know what you have. And now it's become, oh no, what you don't have has now become a danger to you and the people around you. And that's a problem.
Can Cece step in?
Does Cece want to step in?
Cool. I'm gonna kind of step between them. I'm gonna look to Ashram. I'm like, Ashram, are you going to buy it? Yes
I don't
or no?
have.
Simple
I don't
answer.
have 480 gold. You know this. I
Okay,
don't want
so
you all
that's
spending your gold on it.
That's a no. I was like, he takes care of the things that are important to her. Damien knows this, as well as considering how well kept she's kept herself. Even if she doesn't have the opportunity right now, trust her. And then I'm going to take the box very gently out of his hands.
Oh no, he put it on the counter. It's on the counter. He did not. He put it down.
I'm going to
He's
take
getting away
it
from
off the counter. Yeah, I'm taking it off the counter very gently and putting it in her hands. I was like, Odette, You have a wonderful day. Let me
Okay.
know if there's anything else we can help you with to take care of this. I'm sorry that sorry a purchase couldn't have been made today. Well, physical. I understand this is important to your collection, but I also am very well aware that how you probably understand your own safety
Thank you.
and the safety things you hold close.
I'm sure I'll be
Okay.
fine.
And then I'm gonna leave it in her hands. Very again, kind of shocked, but definitely not trying, like not as shocked before. Thankfully, since I'm holding a live explosive, of the cold of her hands, and I was like, "You have a wonderful day." And I was like, "Anybody else want to buy anything, or shall we leave Odette with their collection for the rest of the day?"
No, I believe this is probably for the best.
Apologies.
Ashram is gonna leave the building. Is going to take the sending stone with the red thread around it. And once he's out of earshot of the building, like he's gonna book it down the street a bit.
As soon as Jonas sees you leave the building, he just sort of like
Jonas, get away from the building.
Stops.
Jonas, get away from the building.
Stops.
Jonas, get away from the building. And it's just booking it.
catches the coin he's been tossing, just looks at Ashram, having fun.
No, not at all. You need to get away from this building right now. And I'm going to book it down the street a bit, just like a couple of feet, like 20, 30 feet down the street. And then I'm going to pull out my stone, and I'm going to cast sending to our police friend. What was her name? I do not remember her name.
Vivian.
Starts with Vivian. Yes, starts with a V. I wanted to say Veronica. That is incorrect. And I'm going to say, Vivian. I don't know.
Sorry.
Okay, hang on. I'm trying to put because I'm like doing this in my head as quickly as I can. Vivian. Odette of the Filigreed. Hang on. I'm pulling up my notes. 1 second.
I believe you.
Odette of the Filigreed Oddities shop is holding on to a marble that is effectively an unexploded fireball. I worry about her safety. I don't think that's more than 25 words.
I think that's just under.
Oh, hell yeah.
You hear back. That's okay. Cool. Yeah, I guess Frankie and I can investigate that.
And then Asher can never go back in that shop again, because who else? She's immediately gonna know it was him!
I am so tempted to have Jonas just swing the door open and go, "Hey, Ash just called the cops."
What a fucking narc! That's crazy. Oh shit!
And Asher is just gonna like fast walk down the street and wait for his comrades.
I think Jonas will like step into the shop, kind of like try very hard to center himself because he does not like being in here. The air is much too heavy for him. And he is just gonna tap Cece on the shoulder and whisper, "Hey, Ash just called the cops."
Yeah.
CC just under his breath, motherfucker.
Look, listen. Okay, listen. You don't get it.
With that
It's an
knowledge,
unexploded fireball. What do you want from me?
with that knowledge, a few things. Has Damien left yet? I'm assuming, or
Damien is last I saw in character chat, is he was discreetly leaving some Vermont chocolate and tea on her desk.
He just did that while they were preoccupied with the whole Ashram trying to like strong arm Odette into relieving the potentially explosive device from her property.
Not
Uh,
potential explosive. It's not potential. Oh, the burden of knowledge on Ashram's
God.
poor head. The burden
Uh,
of knowledge is awful.
what's funny is Cece's gonna be that asshole. This is gonna be great. Because he has the knowledge now too.
What's he gonna do?
But yeah, so if Damien's left, Cece's kind of going to. Is she still holding the box, or has she placed it down as well at this point?
She's still holding the box.
Okay. Cece's going to kind of place his hand under her porcelain one, and then they like grab the other one, kind of put it over, so he's holding her hands. He's like, "Again, pardon the intrusion, Lady Odette. You have a wonderful rest of your day." And he's kind of leaning. He's like, "Also, apologies in advance. The one friend seems to be a little bit concerned and is very concerned. And while I think a good gesture was a little misplaced, if you want to keep that in your collection, you might want to take care in hiding that, as I believe that the DLE might be coming looking for that shortly." And he's just going to tap the top of her hand. Again, do a little bow, since she's, in the full regal outfit, and then walk out and, like, wave goodbye.
She's not really been expressive the entire time. So as you whisper in her ear about that and just sort of pull away, she just sort of, like, blinks at you with, like, a head slightly tilted and just go, "Okay." Well, thank you.
Of course, and thank you. It was a lovely time, and we walk back out to try to get everyone back together and be like, Jesus fucking Christ, y'all, we can't just narc on everybody.
Just fucking lean against a wall, like arms crossed across his chest, tapping his arm, like that woman's gonna get people killed. That woman's gonna get people killed. That woman's gonna get people killed. That woman is gonna get people killed.
Oh,
She's going to get herself and people killed. And can you even imagine?
Between his fits of like coughing and discomfort, I think Jonas, still standing in the shop, takes a moment to look around and just under his not really under his breath, but quietly exclaims, "This is beautiful."
And you were saying that in reference to, like, to the shop?
Yeah. To the interior of the shop and everything that it is containing.
She takes one of her hands from the box that Ashram brought to her concern, and sort of places it on her chest with a faint smile. These are the nicest words I've heard of my shop in a while.
Admittedly, I don't think Jonas knew she was there. But
Jesus,
She
Christ,
does
so he's
kind
like-
of blend in, I'm not gonna lie.
so he was very slightly startled by that. But he kind of finds himself. He's like, "You're very welcome. It's not often I get to see such a what's the word? Diverse collection."
That's what I strive for. Sorry.
He will sort
ahead.
of he will gently pat and dust off a nearby oddity before sort of giving a slight bow to Odette, who he doesn't know by name, and just sort of stating, "Though I am afraid the air in here is a little too heavy for my sea lungs. So you have a beautiful day, but I will be catching up with my companions now."
She'll give a nod, and then turn with the box still in hand, heading back to the further corners of the shop.
Yeah, and I will go rejoin the lads.
All right, and we are 47 minutes over time.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's a little late. That's crazy. So
The last
we're
thing
taking the
Ashram
I gave you
says
all
for the
an
episode is,
interesting
"Let me
NPC."
explain."
Yeah, let me explain. So yeah, I gave you all an interesting NPC, and like if I remember correctly, Emerilia also really enjoyed her too. So
We fucking love
I
Odette.
love,
Hell
I
yeah.
wish I wasn't playing Ashram. I want to get to know her better.
Is it? How is Odette's name spelled? Is it Odettete?
there you go. Odette.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah,
Yep.
I got that one right.
Yay! We got so little done.
Oh,
We have a
yeah.
plan. No, we got plans.
I don't know.
We're planning.
We got plans. We have a lead now for Aristos, potentially.
True.
And yeah. We now know we have to. I'm gonna have to try to convince the person at the Einsboro teleport. Be like, listen, I know we're not like supplies, but can you just let a homie through for the love
I
of
mean,
God?
I can message. I can send them a message and just be like, "Hey, look, here's what's going on.
Yeah.
You tell me what
Yeah,
to
but-
say, and I'll say it. How about that?" And
Yeah, but
we
you-
can do a persuasion.
You don't
on that.
have a 26 in persuasion.
True.
True. All right, but I'm going to do this little command here, and if you are watching on YouTube, thank you. In the description, you'll also get the links to all of the players' Twitters. Yes, Simba? Move your buns, hon.
Right.
But yes, in the top left-hand corner, we have Damien, who's played by Simply Your Buddy. Next to him, we normally have Mio, who plays Pin. Next to her, we have Ashram, played by High Queen Didi. And then after Delilah, we have Cece, who's played by Fridays with Frank, our last flesh tuber. And then lastly, we
Holding
have
it down.
Holding it down. Then after that, we have Jonas, who's played by Hexabelzaro. Thank you all so much for being amazing players. Feel free to stick around and post-game chat if you guys wanted to do some aftercare and some talking. But I will move to end stream.
Okay, thank you for watching.
Bye, everybody. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you all so much again for hanging out with me today. Lots of RP, lots of roleplay. I'm very happy that they liked Odette. I really liked putting her together. And I'm happy that I got to reprise her again. The out of character chat was just a lot of mixtures of she's pretty, she's creepy, she's pretty creepy. But yes. If you guys like the vibes, or if you want to maybe see our fan tab or anything else about Inkstade, feel free to check out the Discord there. We have a massive gaming community in that Discord as well. We have a lot of people who play a variety of different games, so you can definitely find some folks to play some weird, wacky, and zany games with. We have a massive Hoyoverse community, a massive Apex community, a massive Helldivers 2 community, a massive Once Human community, and so on and so forth. And whenever I want to play a game that's more fun with more folks, I always go to my Discord first. If you guys want to see what I'm posting on other social medias, feel free to check out that socials tab there. I post on Twitter, TikTok, YouTube. I do art commissions. I have a Ko-fi where I sell physical tangible merch. So, yeah. It is 2 a.m. for me. So, I'm not going to rate out. Thank you all so much for understanding. I hope you all enjoy today's episode. If you are just tuning in now for the first time and you don't know exactly what's going on, YouTube, I post the other episodes or the other VODs of previous episodes there for Inkstand and for my other D&D campaign, Emerald Murders. And for those who don't know, both of these campaigns take place in the same universe at the same time, so things that Group A does affect Group B and vice versa. Emerald Murders is my longer running campaign, Inkstand is my newer running campaign. So yeah, if you guys are interested in any of that, feel free to check all that out. But until I get to see you all again on Monday, I hope you all stay awesome, stay safe, and well, I guess this is bye-bye.